The previous fort, which was Crypt Abbey, right here. The problem that we were running into with this fort is we were having trouble hauling things. Hauling corpses, to be specific. There was a bug causing something to happen where I couldn't remove all corpses. So we've created a new fort. That new fort is up here. Trifle Killers. Babette Vangush of the Hollow Chambers. Of the same civilization, the Vessel of Artifice. We have one goal, and that is to reclaim this fortress. The Goblin Fortress of Dive Earth, which is run by the Unnameable Amazements and the Nightmare of Coiling. Governed by the Great Demon. Babette. The skunk demon with no nose. Who has thousands of confirmed kills. Literally thousands. And the few times we've attacked them with our best soldiers from the previous fort, most of my soldiers would just get murdered by this skunk demon. So we've moved over to a new fortress, Trifle Killers, and we currently have a population of 18. It's a very new fort. We're on like year 2. We have our walls set up, and that's about it. We have a little bit of livestock, and we need to get a second layer on this wall. We are right next to this glorious waterfall. Which has a whole lot of hippos that keep falling over the edge. As well as dead fish that keep going splat at the bottom of the waterfall. So, like all waterfalls, it is a glorious pile of corpses. We are working on bedrooms down here, and that's kind of going to be the goal going forward, is to get these bedrooms set up. Make them all ready to go. We have a little temporary tavern up here, as well as spaces for our beds over here. And the whole point and purpose of this fort is to set it up for the military. Our manager, Logum, is down here in their little office with the 2 doors that can lock up the fort right here. And this set of drawbridges here. We're right next to this road. Something I'd love to see for roads in the future would be to have, like, just random travelers that aren't there to trade with you go by. That would be really cool. So you're gonna dip? Is it chips and dip? Need to cut those trees down? Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we gotta do today. Although, only this one is, like, actually too close. The rest are all fine. But, yeah, no, there are a bunch of trees I need to cut down. But most of them are fine. Most of them are fine. We need to chop down the trees. I need to build, or I need to harden up the roadway around the outside just so that things can't climb over. But that shouldn't be too much work. How you doing, Manufacturing Monkeys? It's good to see you. So yeah, that's kind of a brief overview of the fort as it currently sits. We do have a few military dwarves. A mace dwarf and a recruit. They are right here, Eripterus and Lorbam, who showed up as a proficient mace dwarf, which is lovely. I think he brought a mace too. That or he's using an axe. Yeah, he's using an axe because he's a dabbling axe dwarf. So we got 2 axe dwarves in training. And yeah, that's kind of the start of the fort. So because this is a new fort, there are plenty of unnamed dwarves. The current list of named dwarves are Eripterus, Tranquil Ham, Stone, Darren, Psychon, Danuge, Metsus Graven, and Calum. If you would like a dwarf in this fort, we can get some dwarves named. This fort isn't the 1,000 Years fort, so generations aren't going to be something we're focusing on. Mood isn't something we're focusing on. So if dwarves get depressed, they'll just be expelled. And that's kind of the goal. Lots of money, no time for yourself. Hey, you know, you gotta have money so that you can afford time for yourself, right? Peasant me, senpai. We'll see what we can do. Baroons. She feels euphoric due to inebriation and is satisfied at work. And she feels interested after watching a performance and felt satisfied at work. Felt lustful remembering talking with a spouse. And was lustful when talking with the spouse. So you're married to Cogsack the Butcher. What format? As long as it's not FLAC or OGG, we're fine. Because my editing software doesn't understand what FLAC files are, unfortunately. Inebriated? Yeah, right? She is incredibly quick to heal and very agile. Do you have any, like, skill with weapons? Oh, you're a competent spear dwarf. You might just get trucked in the military. She personally thinks that the quest for knowledge is a delusional fantasy and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Cracks easily under pressure and has a strong sense of duty. Is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate regardless of its merits. And she feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she is stubborn and often feels lustful. And she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and could be considered rude. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. Likes aluminum, green zircon, jute, paper, bolts, coins, stayers for their woolly legs. Stayers? What the heck is that? S-T-Y-R... I have to Google that. S-T-S-A-T-Y-R-S. Like, oh, okay. It's like a mythical goat person. Gotcha. Yeah, it's I'm getting a lot of or Wizards of the Coast images. All right. But yeah, it's like a goat person. Interesting. I don't believe I've ever seen those before in DF. Durian trees for their fragrant fruit. Cool. Don't do it, manufacturing monkeys. That's a slippery slope of bad. All right, would anybody else here like to be dwarf? Because this dwarf is just going to be put into the military. The seared hippos. But does anybody else want a dwarf? Basically, you like Satan? Sure. I mean, the picture that I got was actually a picture from Pan's Labyrinth. Like here, I can show you the image search I did. Just making sure there's no nudity in here. All right, we should be good. Like this kind of shit. They're kind of cool, actually. Bloke's got a nice beard. I like it. Did that Mace Dwarf have a name? That Mace Dwarf did not have a name. You can have that Mace Dwarf if you would like it. You would if you didn't have one already? You don't have one in this fort. You have one in the other one. Although I think you died in the other one, actually. She doesn't feel anything after teaching dodging. Within the last season, she didn't feel anything upon improving discipline. She didn't feel anything after teaching striking and felt gratitude remembering being rescued. She didn't feel anything due to inebriation, was bored after being able to practice the craft for too long. She didn't feel anything after being away from friends for too long, and she was uneasy after watching a performance. She is 137 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 127. She worships Middor Ustesh Kelak Igath. I have no idea what that is. Does anybody happen to have the world for this downloaded? Because I would love to know what the fuck that is. And you worship the god Ashen Kilrud. The Gravel of Bronze, a deity of the Vessel of Artifice, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. as is tradition. You have a pet guinea hen and a pet piglet. Jack Norix likes dacite, bismuth, fire agate, cherry wood, and green glass, and giant saltwater crocodile bone. The color pearl and guineafowls for their social nature. The learned brain and the sound of the beige of laces, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish, tomato wine, and tapir's milk, and barley flour, and absolutely hates bats. As far as kills, you've killed 14 goblins in geared dishes, 9 goblins in geared dishes, as well as 2 goblins in Crypt Abbey, a few beak dogs in Crypt Abbey, and 1 troll in Dreadful Dust. You were a soldier in Crypt Abbey before being a soldier here. So yeah, pretty fucking awesome dwarf with history. So kind of few things need to be done today. Quite a few things. One of the first things I kind of want to do is get all this stuff inside. So we're actually just going to check our jobs real quick here. How are we doing for alcohol? 96 booze. I kind of want to just get a couple booze up and running. Okay, we already have that up and running. Is anybody actually brewing it? Yes. Salon is. Jacques Nouric the Destroyer? Not quite, but... I mean, sex shaming isn't exactly a new thing. It's amazing that we're still around with just as a species with all of this sex shaming that goes on in human religion. It's always kind of boggled my mind a little bit. So we're gonna get rid of a bunch of these trees all the way around here and do a little bit of paving. I think I'll just pave it with wood because I'm gonna have a lot of wood, so we'll just put a wood road all the way around. Maybe even pave some of this road over here too. Because we kind of have this lovely natural moat here. I mean, religions were created as a method of controlling people. Like, literally, that's why religion exists. Hey, Wogarden. How's things? You still making music? The game is saving. So yeah, if anybody else would like to be dwarfed, give me a shout. Just put out an album on the 4th. I need to poke that. Listen to more of your stuff. I liked the little bit that I heard back when. How are you handling the fires? Because you're probably right in the line of fire for all of the smoke as well. It's great. It's like my eyes are watering, my throat is sore, my face hurts, my nostrils hurt. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, you live in Ohio? For some reason, I thought you were in the line of fire for that. My mistake. In the unknown, on the unviewable thing, with the one with the object of worship, that Middor Gath, Katak Igath. I'm not entirely certain. I know I've seen objects of worship before, but usually it's like some living thing. Can you be dwarfed? Do you have any preference on job? We have a couple animal workers, we have a couple farmers, and that seems to, and our manager. Those are what we have available. Also, I need to get beds made. Well, I mean, I can give you wood crafting, but I don't currently have any wood carvers available. We can give you, we'll give you the butcher and make you into a wood carver, if that works. He feels euphoric due to inebriation and interested after watching a performance. Very happy dwarf. 49 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 215. His free-lobed ears are very flattened, and his sideburns are clean-shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his raw umber skin is wrinkled. His hair is cinnamon, and his eyes are raw umber. And he is strong. He likes orthoclase, pig iron, tiger iron, and sea nettle, and jellyfish, leather, and the color tan, battle axes and bucklers and crutches, and cows for their hunting moose. Personally prefers a noisily bustling life to boring days without activity, values romance, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Skywind and hunting is a mill. Oh, interesting. So they worship rock. Because, yeah, usually the unviewable ones are living creatures. He has a very calm demeanor and doesn't easily hate or develop negative feelings. He occasionally overindulges and has a greedy streak, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. Likes to take it easy and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He becomes very rigid when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He is focused with satisfied needs. And I'm actually going to chuck you in the military, because you like battle axes. You is badass as fuck. Bathe the world in chaos? I've seen dwarves that dream of bathing the world in chaos. Usually they become necromancers or various other cursed creatures. What's on the menu? Well, we already listened to 2 records. This is what we listened to last, which is Journeys, which is a why am I blanking? Smoke makes it hard to think. Compilation album of various lo-fi music. Some of it's lo-fi hip-hop, some of it's not so much. Some of it's more just like lo-fi beats. It's good shit. But we also listened to Ludovic, which is mostly the soundtrack for a video game called Katana Zero. It is good shit. Right now we are listening to the Dungeon of the Endless soundtrack, which has been one of my go-tos recently. Yeah. Recently, off stream, I've been listening to a shit ton of shoegaze. I've gone back to one of my favorite bands of all time because they decided that 2020 was the year that they were going to put out their first album since 1998. So, been listening to a lot of Hum because of that. H-U-M. They're very shoegazy. Aside from that, I've been listening to a lot of Japanese Breakfast and stuff like that. Also, been listening to some Slow Dive recently too. A lot of shoegazy stuff. Also, to be clear, chat room, when it comes to really harsh reactions to dumb questions like that one person had, I feel that it's kind of important to make a point of how people respond to answering a question. I'm totally fine with answering personal questions on my stream, like, are you single and shit like that? I generally don't have any problems with it. What I don't like is the response that that person had. So if you ask a question in this chat that could have a very negative response from me, just be willing to accept the consequences if you ask a stupid fucking question. Because just realize how those questions make you look. So, at the end of the day, I'm totally fine with you asking something extremely dumb. Just be willing to deal with the response that you're gonna get. I've actually genuinely joked about making an OnlyFans for my plants and then buying a bunch of ferns and just taking pictures of my ferns with Snapchat filters on them. And no, I don't sell foot pics. Like, genuinely, I've thought about making an OnlyFans kind of as a joke. Not actually intending for anybody to sign up to it. Yeah, sure, monkeys. Boundaries are important. We'll put some little... maybe don't wall that side, because I don't want them to just use it to climb up the wall. Time to see if it works. Fingers crossed. Assuming you have no mods installed, you shouldn't have a problem. My manager is just fishing. Gotta love it. Bed. Let's just make 50 beds. We're gonna need a bunch of beds. Yeah, it's kind of weird how slowly those things download, yeah? Like, good lord. DF worlds are dense. Like, they're not big files, but there's so many. It takes a while to compress and download them. One of the reasons I'm hoping that the Steam Workshop will have functionality to just automatically download that. No, totally. Yeah, I've had similar issues. Yeah, Jack Narc. Watch. Yes. Thank you very much for the 4 months with Twitch Prime. Watch. Thanks for supporting so many good DF streams. It's nice seeing... It's nice being in a directory where it's still small enough that people can just support every streamer a little bit. As it'll probably stop becoming helpful. Has anyone encountered dragons? I don't even know if there's many that are alive. We are in the year 264. I haven't really been looking for dragons. So no. Actually, I haven't run into any mega beasts in kind of a long time, actually. I think I need to, pull barons out of the military briefly so that somebody can go chop wood. So I need someone to go fell a tree. And they're using all of my axes. It's bit of a problem. But nothing happened. Yeah, I know the problem that you're talking about. Yeah, it kind of sucks. But yeah, has anybody, like, poked around and looked for dragons or mega beasts in the world at all? Or... So let's actually construct a storage room in here. Right, yeah, this whole thing's being built out of chalk. Right, yeah, those are the two stones we have, is schist and chalk. Well, chalk floors don't sound too silly. It's almost like our fort is chock full of them. Boo. I mean, it was right there. How can I not make the joke? Posted soundbite in general. Thanks, man. I don't need too many more. I think I'll probably push it live once I have like one or two more. I'm actually going to ask my teammates if they want to be in it. I'm kind of tempted to like censor hobos. Fuck yeah, though. Just because I think it would be funny. Like just put a boop in the middle of it. Just for my own amusement more than anything. Yeah, exactly. I've been tweaking it and messing with it, and I'll see what I can do with it, because I think it'll be funny. For those of you who don't know, my higher tier subscribers get access to sound clips, right? And I'm kind of planning on, well, not kind of, I am working on a sound clip of cheering, which I'm going to use for bits as well as activatable by sound command for the higher tier subscribers. And if you'd like your voice to be in there, record yourself saying some version of yeah for about 5 seconds and just send it to me. And I'm gonna stitch them all together and make a little cheering sound. A little cheering soundbite. They suspended the construction of a ramp. Oh no, someone must have been standing on the ramp. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. You're gonna go construct a bed. And you're gonna go pick up a battle axe and go hack down some trees for me. After you wake up. Yeah, no, dragons are kind of, they kind of suck. They're just bad. The problem with dragons is they have this, they take a very long time to mature. And they're strong, but they're not that strong, if it makes sense. So the problem is they will, you know, just mass murder a few things and then just die randomly. And they're not particularly good at not dying. They're really good at dying, but not particularly good at not dying. So if you actually want dragons to be alive in a world, you kind of have to go for a really young world. which is fun because, you know, then you get all the mega beasts still alive. But I don't know, I kind of wish that there was more creatures that were better at not just dying in world gen. Because it kind of sucks. Like, Cupo once was talking about how he has a tendency to just kind of start a new world when all of the fun creatures are dead. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Because they die, and there's only one of each of them, right? And especially with, like, dragons, there isn't that many of them in world gen. So, breeding is incredibly rare among dragons. Like, they tend to just go extinct because they can't find a mate. Which is kind of really sad if you think about it, but... Yeah, like my Millennium World. The Millennium World has, like, 24 dragons alive. But will any of them ever actually mate in the wild? I'd be shocked. I would be shocked. Which number? Watch. The thing that I've never actually seen in DF, though, are cave dragons. I know that they exist, but I don't think I've ever even seen any in Legends. Those are the dragons that actually fly in Dwarf Fortress. Oh. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. I want to say that's kind of what Myths and Magic is going to give you, right? Although... yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that would work. This is just going to be kind of a little generic storage area, and I will dig downstairs here and here, and we'll build another storage area underneath it. I'm trying to keep a lot of the dwarves from getting cave adapted. Fortunately, it's quite hot in this biome, and we don't seem to be having much in the way of rain, which is good. Dwarves won't have mood issues there. I don't know. I kind of wish that Mega Beasts were something that could be created by necromancers or wizards. Maybe once we have, like, Myths and Magic and summoned creatures could be more of a thing. I'd like to see something like that. Like, so-and-so creatures get summoned from another world type deal. Because I really like summoned creatures, and like the idea of an evil wizard like raising some otherworldly demon from somewhere, you know? Basically what I want is I want evil wizard goes, Cthulhu, you seem pretty legit, and summons Cthulhu, and then giant tentacle monsters take over the world. Yeah. Huge legendary golem. Yeah, that too. Golems as well. Ba-da-bum, ba-dum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-dum. I think we got that problem where there's too many military dwarves in there affecting the ability for my dwarves to chop down trees. Would be dope. There's a lot of things in DF, though, that would be dope if they were done that way. May have to just, like, boot them all out of the military. All right, what was the military? The military was Eripterus, Jacknerick, and Wogarden. All right. I think I need to nuke the squad for them to go chop down some trees, because I think that they're interfering. Yep, there they go. Create squad, metal armor, Ripterus, Jacknerick, and Wogarden. There he goes. Perfect. Hacking down all them trees. Yeah, no, to those of you who are always like, when are you going to go kill more stuff? This is the fort where we go kill stuff. And the world where we go kill stuff. So to all of you violence fetish hungry people out there, that's what we're doing here. Eat tree? No, eat the fruit of the tree. Or brew tree and make spruce beer. Yeah, well, currently I'm building actually a storage room, but this fort was started last week. It's my community world fort, and it's the second fort in the community world. The other one, we were running into some issues with a few bugs. I'm looking at a world gen stuff from the wiki, and this 2012 runs. Cave dragons are just super rare. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, so we're building defenses for this fort and just kind of getting the fort going. There's only 18 dwarves in this fort. The goal is we're trying to just make it into a little military compound to try and weaken the defenses of the Fortress of Dive Earth, which is a very, very strong goblin stronghold that was formed when dwarves from our faction dug too deeply and too greedily because big old demon came up from the depths and took over the fortress. So we are located on that flashing X right there, and we are trying to move down and take Dive Earth, this fort. The issue was the last time we tried attacking it, it basically just slaughtered entire squads of top-tier spear dwarves with high-end gear. So we are doing our best to actually fight them. We're a very new fort, so they don't know that we're here yet. And we were doing that with another fort, but the problem with the other fort is we were starting to run into bugs with it. We were having some issues with calling corpses and keeping dwarves sane, so because of that. So rather than continuing to deal with those issues, it was just kind of the easy way out, I guess, but also just easier to not worry about it. So oh crap. I have the right tool selected, streamer. It was just easier to not worry about it. Make a new fort. Of summoning Cthulhu. I mean, I wouldn't call it Cthulhu. I would just say Elder Gods, but yes. This book has the abilities to summon off-brand Cthulhu. There you go. It's totally unique and original to your version of Dwarf Fortress. Although knowing DF, it would probably be like, this book contains the secrets to summoning the great turtle monster that carries the world on its back into our realm. Or that carries the universe on its back into our realm. To crush everything. I would really like I know Tarn has talked about, like, apocalypse events being part of, Myths and Magic, and that shit would be so cool. Yeah, let's go kill things. Indeed. It's a good combo. I don't think I've ever seen anybody mesh Crypt Pog and those together. I like it a lot. It's good. Yeah, dealing with headaches right now because of the smoke. Fun. Fun! I had a splitting headache all day yesterday. Letting people have some fun knowledge. Yeah. It could be interesting. Could certainly be interesting. So how's everybody been spending their weekends? Because it's been a while since I've streamed on a Saturday, actually. It's been a while since I've streamed Saturday. So, by the way, in about 2 hours, well, a little under 2 hours now, Tarn Adams is doing a talk on the PAX 2 channel. Oh, that was wood. Didn't want to make this out of wood. We'll be doing a talk on the PAX 2 channel. And kind of interested and kind of want to hear it, but at the same time, kind of also want to just kind of keep streaming. So I don't know what to do. I don't think we're allowed to recast PAX stuff. Any games in particular you would like to poke? CCX? Well, that's fucking awesome. Twitch is all like sending me emails. Hey, you have loot for Roblox. Thanks, Twitch Prime. I mean, Prime Gaming. I need to bother Tarn and see when I can get him on the stream again. Probably try and do that sooner rather than later. Still working on beds, still working on rocks. What kind of name is Rory? You still haven't answered that question, then.
Morning blind, morning, afternoon shadow.
How's things, Rory? Guys, can I please get a proper round of beers for my friend Rory? Because he's one of the people in this channel who I've actually had a beer with in real life, so. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for swinging by. At least you got out of LA, Rari, because good God, smoke's bad where I'm at. I don't know, because like you're in the big old desert now, right? Here's to that happening in 2021. I don't know if I'll go to a convention in 2021, but 2022 for sure. Your son is due any day now? You're, I think the second person this year from this chat to have a kid. But Brahms, congrats. Congrats. Be safe, yeah? Yeah, I mean, it's like the fucking apocalypse up here, Ari. But chat, can we get a big round of congratulations for Brahms? Do you have a name, if I can ask? You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. And you better be naming your son Urist. Back all. Cheers, man. You're a more ambitious person than I. Maybe Bodar. Just put Urist in as the middle name, right? The one that no one actually reads. A friend of mine growing up, his middle name was Zaphod. His parents were a bunch of nerds. Stephen von Zaphod. I won't out his last name. Middle name was Zaphod. Which always kind of amused me. You know what? Let's dig this out by one tick all the way around the edge. Then we'll put the walling in. Greg isn't a bad name. Can confirm it's a pretty bad name. As a Greg is a pretty bad name. You wouldn't want to be named Greg. Because everybody confuses it with Craig. Like, my whole life it's been, wait, are you Greg or Craig? I'm Greg. And then they spell it wrong with 2 G's, and I'm just like, oh, God. Like, Greg or Gregory? I don't care. What's easier for you? I don't know. Maybe I'm biased against it. Greg comes with baggage. But yeah, it's not a bad name. You have the same thing with Roy? Yeah. Do people call you Roy? I'm all Greg! Something, something. Angina. Something, something. Never drink Baileys from his shoe. I'm all Greg. Yeah, I got that a lot growing up. I, oddly enough, have had Baileys from a shoe. Although it was a shoe-shaped glass, so does that doesn't really count. Man, I should really make that into a sound clip, shouldn't I? Ever drink Baileys from a shoe? Maybe that should be 420 bits. Rory? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no one would know how to spell Rari, though, right? Like, oh, God. Oh, Aussie Fudd, how you been? How are you? But yeah, Brahms, just make sure that you beard that baby as soon as it's born, right? You know, just... First thing you do, give it a pint. Otherwise, it'll shrivel up and its beard won't grow. You always give them the American version. Yeah, it's a smart thing. I'm hiding from COVID and apocalypse forest fires. Put the wrong kind of stone there, mubby. Ah! Hit tab too many times. Perfect. Me born with a beard? Better be. Yeah. But seriously, though, just bullshit aside, congrats. An album for me that I might enjoy. Okay. So when's the cassette or vinyl run coming? Slide by George Clanton. Okay. Well, stick it up in the music talk section of the Discord. It's a low 102. You fucking Arizona crazies. What's going on in the community fort today? The community fort is so we abandoned the other one. And we've moved to a new location. The other one still exists. The kind of RP thoughts for this fort is this is kind of the forward operating military base to take out the reign of the horrible skunk lord known as Bobette. We are trying to basically just fight back against this horrible creature. So this one, it's going to be a few different things. One's going to be leather, cloth, thread, sheet as well. So yeah, that's what's going on. Is we are fighting back against the demon that rules over these lands. We're just trying to get like just trying to get the dwarves into a happy place. More than anything. Trying to get the dwarves into a happy place. And an easily defendable happy place. Currently we're bringing everything out of the wagon now. Getting it moved into our new stockpile room. But on the topic of it getting cold, Rari, it's starting to feel like fall outside. Like it's actually starting to feel like fall. Like the temperatures have dropped a little bit. Hey, Kano. It's been a while. A couple people popping in today that I haven't seen in a while. How you been? Happy Saturday. Been good, really busy. It's a busy time of year, you know. School starting up again, work starting up again. The world catching fire again. You can't wait for the 80s. I mean, 80s already happened, man. That was last millennium. I don't know. It's just, the world's just going to be getting hotter and hotter and hotter kind of perpetually for a while, I think. Like, I really wish the world was cooling down, but, you know, we're not going to be getting much of that for a bit. Hatch cover, rock 10. All right, let's go down to where we're putting the bedrooms. And let's let those dwarves claim bedrooms. Because they all need bedrooms proper. Rather than, you know, just kind of sleeping in the bunk. Which is what they're currently doing. God, these bedrooms are so small compared to where they were before. I want the smoke to clear, sorry. Like, Temperature doesn't really matter to me, but like, I haven't slept well in like 3 days because of this fucking smoke. Like my eyes are just like tearing and headaches, constant sore throat. Oh, it's because of smoke. Thanks, California. Although, admittedly, it is partially our own fault, but all of our forest fires have been mild enough that it's like a little bit of smoke for like a day, and now it's like, oh, well. Smells like campfire in here. That wouldn't actually be legal for me right now. I don't have family in either of those places, so legally I actually couldn't take a trip to Arizona or Florida. Even if I wanted to. I could, in theory, take a trip to Quebec because I have family in Quebec. But, yeah, that's about the only place I could go. Would be Quebec. Yep. No, you can only leave, as a Canadian, you can only leave Canada if you have family outside of Canada. So if anybody in the States want to get married, I guess I could travel to the States, but not available currently. Living that single life. Although it's on you now. Although I did have a friend of mine who's a type 1 diabetic jokingly ask if I want to get married because he's like, I need to move to Canada where I can get healthcare. He's like, Blind, you want to get hitched? I'm like, not really. It would definitely be a fraudulent marriage and we get in trouble. COVID-19 and yes. Because of the novel coronavirus, yes. Yeah, no, Canada's borders are still basically closed. Yeah. Oh, also, if you leave the country and then come back, you have to self-isolate for 14 days. Or you can get big-ass fines. Cyrex! Thank you for the 14 months. Cheers, dude. Thanks for keeping that subscription alive. Chat, can I get a big proper round of beers for our friend Cyrex? Thanks for sticking with it, watching the streams and hanging out. Should we tell Wogarden that she doesn't need to put a exclamation point in front of that beer? There's a human visiting. Human bookbinder. Interesting. Also peasant and a poet. Always in the shadows. Hopefully it's cozy down there. Looks like we have some new migrants. Just let them all come in. Uh-oh. Got a depressed one. Oh, hey, it's Marty. Good to see you, Marty. You were in the military, right? Yeah, you were. In the military. You're all depressed over here, Udil. Oh, and you're attached to Marty. Well, and you're already having a panic attack upon arrival. How depressed are you? Haggard? Hey, Kivs and Britches. Those things. You're okay. What do you really like? In terms of raising a family, the conglomerate, zinc, coral, pigtail fabric, crossbows, and crowns. Well, you seem like you should be a weep. We do need to get clothing industry up and running, so. Well, that's good that you got to go home. Cybrek the miner. Yeah, you can leave. I don't. Oh, you're taking Max. Sorry, Max. Is that in the Mason? Unless they're attached to a really good dwarf. IDZ 23. There's Gimper. Gimper. Right, your upper front teeth are gone. Your foot's broken. What were your skills? You were, legendary miner. Yeah, that's what I thought. To 31 dwarves. Good lord. That is quite the migrant wave. Yeah, you can leave. What's that G? I'm assuming it's probably, it's a guinea hen. Okay. Whew, that's quite the, the wall of animals. We'll do that. We're gonna have many dinner. Much dinner. From that whole thing. And hopefully... You're an legendary animal caretaker. You know what? I don't really want any super depressed dwarves, but we'll see what we can do. How long have you been in hospital now, Kibbs? Has to have been a while. Been a couple of days, if I remember correctly. All right, there we go. Population has grown. Tavern has gotten a little bit busier. Oh, great. And we just have this dwarf just like running around insane. They're supposed to leave, but I guess not. Tuesday morning until last night. Damn, that's actually kind of a long time. It's about as long as I was in hospital. Hopefully it wasn't too strenuous. Stays in hospital are no fun. You can link whatever you want to link in music. Anything that gets linked in there, I do listen to. I kind of surprised somebody the other day because I was like, yo, I like that thing that you posted. And they were like, wait, you actually listen to that shit? Yeah, if something gets posted in there, I listen to it. So if you want me to hear something, post it. I will listen to it. Okay, we need a fishery. So you're weaving. What do you need? You need to practice a craft. All right, well, you're going to be able to do that. Board after being able to fight. Uh-oh. This dwarf has me a little bit worried. Wasn't too bad. Towards the end, you were getting more and more frustrated with the potato of a laptop you had. Hey, at least you had a laptop. Also hadn't realized how much weight you'd lost. Why? Because I actually listen to music people post? I thought you loved me because of my dashing looks. I never actually got around to reading it. I skimmed it, but it was interesting. Because yesterday I woke up and it was one of the things on my to-do list, and I lasted about 15 minutes, long enough on my computer to schedule a bunch of videos to go up today and over the next few days. And then I shut off my computer and then lay flat on the ground and basically didn't do anything yesterday. Fucking smoke is just intolerable. I mean, feel free to link trashy music. I may judge you slightly. But, you know, if you really want to link the Spice Girls, music. Not everybody has good taste in music, and some people knowingly have terrible taste in music. I like some bad music, too. I was listening to Mariana's Trench yesterday. Although, they're lovable bad. You only listen to bad music? Yeah. I mean, Ryan Stone has a playlist just titled, Terrible Music I Listen to When I'm Sad, and it's literally just all of the music he likes. It's a good playlist. How you doing, those Sputs? Amused? They're watching performance. Huh. Interesting. Good to hear, Spuds. What are we going to argue about today? Dude, when I was at hospital, Kibbs, I got them to take all of the IVs out of one of my arms because typing on my phone hurts so much. I was like, I want to talk in chat, but I can't because moving my thumb hurts. So I was like, can you put more IVs in my other arm and take them out of this arm so that I can type on my phone? You don't know yet? Like, you think of something? Hey, cool. Because it's like a rite of passage. When you're in my chat, we need to argue about something. Just the rest of the apocalypse? You know, it's little bits of the apocalypse, one bit at a time, right? You can't have everything all at once. Or listen to Pandora, but not both. Ugh. I probably would have seen if I could just, like, watch YouTube videos. That's usually what I do when I'm in situations like that. When I can't really load streams, I'll just load a YouTube video and then watch that. What was amazing, though, was the outlet wasn't high enough voltage to charge my wireless earbuds. So it was this kind of awful situation where I could have one thing but not the other. Okay, let's see. How many people don't have bedrooms? Quite a few, actually. Let's bedroom up these people and then get more bedrooms. Oh, hey, Patolus came over here. Baby Patolus. I haven't seen Patolus around in a while. I wonder what he's been up to. Kind of nice having a bunch of dwarves come over from previous fort. Gimper, would you make good military dwarf? I need to know. Actually, what are you a legendary of? Competent hammer dwarf, legendary miller. Random. Put you in the military. A little small for a tavern with this many dwarves in it. Actually, you know what? Let's just... Let's do this way. The Wise Pick, which was the name of our tavern. We need a temple like that. So... let's put a temple over here. Oh, and Hollow Knight? Yeah, I just like the whole soundtrack for Hollow Knight. It's a very, 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 very good soundtrack. Actually, Sputs, I'm curious. What's your take on the way they're going to display legendary items in the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress? Are you in the camp that masterwork items should just look fancier visually? Or are you in the camp that they should just have the descriptor of being a masterwork quality item? Because I think it actually kind of bothers me that an item could look like it's encrusted with gems while not being encrusted with gems. Okay. Because there's kind of two camps forming right now. One's saying that, oh, well, if it's encrusted with gems and it's not encrusted with gems, that's bad. And I tend to agree with that. Like, it just kind of bothers me a little bit. But yeah, fair that you're not following. I didn't think you'd be particularly interested. But I don't know. It's like the difference between a masterwork sword and a normal sword is the masterwork one is sharper and more effective. Not that it's prettier looking. And they've got like artifact items glowing with colors. It's like, but what about when we get magic items and they're actually glowing? Gotcha. Yeah, no, same. I want it to sell really well as well. I'm just worried about future-proofing. That's all. It's a nice big open tavern now. I think most of this level will become the tavern. So how many dwarves currently don't have bedrooms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, that's easy enough. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm going to get more, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, the UI changes all look fine to me. A little bit simple, but they don't need to be super fancy. It just needs to be functional, right? And it needs to be functional to a level that most normal users would consider to be functional. It doesn't need to be super fancy. It just needs to be usable, right? And I don't expect it to be a super fancy UI as long as it works and is functional and slick. Which is an extremely difficult task, and I don't envy them. No, but here's the thing, right? We have descriptions, right? So just put a little subtitle on masterwork quality items saying that it's masterwork quality. Like, we've had items that look visually the same in RPGs for years, but the better quality item will just have a different descriptor. We've had that as long as video games have been around, right? Without any issue. So I'm confused as to why they've decided to go that route. Oh, the UI totally works right now. Oh shit, we have a possession. A planter. Named a crafts dwarf shop. Bones. Cloth. And that's all that you wanted. I think that's actually one of the first we've had here. When you get down to it, it's toxic. It's artists trampling on authors. How's it toxic? Let me graphic band-aid a not problem into a false equivalence to mislead newbies. I wouldn't say it's toxic. Toxic is a weird word, though. That's gonna be a boring artifact. Let's make some pedestals. See if we can get 1 or 2 more dwarves in the military. Got all these hunters and trappers now. Actually, yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Quatch. Oh, graphics are extremely hard. I wouldn't quite say it's no thought. The wrong thought? Thinking they're implying something, but actually implying something totally different? Allow you to take your polite conversation gloves off. I mean, just don't be unnecessarily rude. Is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with respect to martial prowess. Passive in discussion. Doesn't often feel envious of others. Doesn't handle stress well. I'm trying to find like new jobs for these dwarves that I don't need. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Speedy! Glad you're still around, man. 39 months! Hope you're dealing with the smoke well. Thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive for so fucking long, man. So don't want to cook plump helmets. No thought is a lot nicer than intentionally subverting Toadie's vision because you got in for art skills. But you'd think Toadie would respond in that case, you know? I mean, Meph is... Because I've talked back and forth, he works on it in the evenings after his main job, right? I mean, his art is good for the game. I mean, all of the positive responses to the stuff that we've seen so far. Save it for his mod. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. Cody owns the design decisions, but I mean, those threads that were started by Meph basically saying, hey, we're deciding what to do with this feature, kind of leads me to believe that there's disagreements, and he's trying to get justification from the community, right? Leads me to believe that. I don't know. Would you be okay with weapons showing quality with some other visual shorthand that isn't decorations? You don't need to show quality with visual shorthand, though. The quality can go in the description box, where it always has. It doesn't need to be on the weapons. If a weapon is encrusted with diamonds, it should show diamonds. If a weapon isn't encrusted with gems, it shouldn't show encrusted with gems. It should be the color that it is made out of. He commented as much in those threads that they discussed doing decorations versus quality in detail. Okay. Yeah, I also would be as well. There's many different ways they could show the quality, but I don't see the point when, like, where you're splitting hairs with this is the issue. Adil the Planter has created Nistan Tegath, Bamal, Hazor, an alpaca bone animal trap. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Aban. Everything in this game is a placeholder. That you are correct. It's worth 3,600. This is an alpaca bone animal trap. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with brown recluse, spider silk, and menaces with spikes of alpaca bone. What an uninteresting one, but, you know, still quaint. Glad we have it nonetheless. Probably put another floor in here. This game's held together with zap straps and duct tape. It's like a tower of Jenga blocks where there's so many blocks that haven't been touched in years. But you know, that's kind of part of the appeal, right? So many games are just designed to be perfectly stable all the time, and they lose a lot of their charm. How many tables do I have? 5. Get those tables constructed. How's that sad dwarf doing? Udil. A little bit more happy. Really want to practice some martial art, though. Yeah, I don't know how to get in contact with Mayday. Maybe through the forums. Because Mayday doesn't seem to talk much. So I need to work on that. But I'm working on Meph first. The bugs of DF is part of DF, you know? Like, when I see people talking about how, oh, I hope they fix a lot of the bugs for the Steam version. It's like, oh, well, I mean, it's just Dwarf Fortress. They're never going to fix a lot of the bugs. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably just ask Victoria if she can help me set something up in regards to that. Victoria's been very helpful already. What they come up with for managing labors. Yeah, I think what Tarn has said is that he wants it to be more auto labor. We'll get a leather works built, make us some bags. How are we doing on leathers, actually? Tanned hides. Only 20? Mostly purchased. Does the community world have any volcanoes? None that I've settled on. Doing a quick look. Yep, there is one, but it's in the middle of the fucking ocean. Yeah, there's one in the middle of the bloody ocean. That's a huge can of worms. I have a feeling the game is going to go more in the direction of auto labor, because that's the direction Tarn has wanted to take it. Having talked with Tarn about this, he is very much on the side of Dwarven free will versus spreadsheet. I know a lot of people really want spreadsheets. I don't think you're going to get spreadsheets in the game by default. Well, I mean, ideally you'll still have DF Hack and Therapist available if you want them. Yeah. Exactly, Quad. Tarn has said multiple times they want an automated option for newer players or players that just want to chill, and they want to still allow people to use their plugins, but he doesn't want an in-game, or I think the wording he's used all the time was undecided about whether or not he's okay with there being a spreadsheet in game, because there is basically a spreadsheet in game right now. It's just very split out and difficult to find. Explain, Quatch. Actually, how are we doing on cloth? Still just 20? Okay. Let's plant up more cloth down here. I doubt it. Because here's the thing, right? With RimWorld, vanilla's good enough. There are hundreds of mods to give you more options in pawn management. Because vanilla is enough, I don't think that's going to change people's modding ability. Because the mod community shrinks, I very much think that I think your fear is unfounded. Because... Yeah, I think your fear is unfounded. I don't think you need to worry. I don't know if that really makes you feel any better, but... I need to bruise some of these plump helmets. So we're out of seeds for plump helmets, supposedly. That's interesting. I think I'm brewing drinks from fruit right now. Oh, no, we're not actually brewing anything. I think I'm pretty certain that you're... Like, think about it this way. The UI for Skyrim is good enough. Most people can use the UI for Skyrim. But there are... just look for Skyrim UI mod. There are so many. I don't think you will lose text will be text. I don't think you will lose DF hack. I don't think you will lose any of that stuff. I think it's a reasonable fear, but if anything, the only thing I see the Steam version doing... Also, Narvicious, did I say hi to you? Hello. The only thing I see the Steam version doing is making the mod community grow. Because it's going to bring a lot of attention, assuming Tarn does the workshop stuff right. The Steam Workshop brings a lot of eyes to mods that wouldn't otherwise have exposure. Like, I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress. I couldn't tell you what half of the mods are out there, or where to find them, for that matter. It's because I'm not completely plugged in to the forums. I am familiar with some, but I'd have to go do a couple searches and find the mod just to install it. With the accessibility of Workshop, you immediately remove a lot of that barrier to entry for newer players, which is incredibly helpful. If something is just immediately in front of your face when you look at Workshop, that's only one click away from the front store page, whereas right now, like... All right, on Bay 12 Games. Okay, where do I find mods? Forums, maybe? Like, if I don't know what I'm looking for? Yeah, and if you don't know what you're looking for, it's very difficult to go finding that stuff. So I think that you're fine. Like, I think that right now, the fact that there is as much of a modding community as there is kind of impressive. Let's get rid of all those vermin remains because there's so much of it right now. I want to say it's up on the Discord if you dig, but... Yeah, no, I am very much in the camp that I think it's just going to be a positive thing. Like, in a world where there are people that make tutorials on how to install Lazy Noob Pack on YouTube and they get thousands of views... I think the game's a little it's complicated to find mods for the game, right? And I guarantee you, there are going to be new players who want... Like, I've already had people complaining that you can't manually select a dwarf and tell them to go do X job. And there was a little bit of humming and hawing in the RimWorld community from somebody who wants to mod that in to Dwarf Fort. So... So it looks like we got some fat coming in. Ah, of course that dwarf was found dead and dehydrated. I shouldn't have expelled him. I should have just, like, let them just die. There you go, Quatch. And thanks for relinking it, Brahms. Works in current version. I don't think the game's been updated since you put out your last version, right? All right. Got 2 process plants jobs running. Do I have anybody even doing plant processing? See if you could go do that for me. There you go. What type of plant are you processing? Jute plants. Perfect. Perfect! Yeah, Feb was the last update. And Brahms was, Brahms made his mod after the most recent update. Also, hey, Talon.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hobo, those nice summer rain showers looked pretty chill. I'm not gonna lie. How's things, Hobo? It's the fucking apocalypse over here. Oh, it's fine. I don't really consider that self-promotion. That's just talking about a mod you made. That's not really self-promotion. That's very nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, here we're just dealing with California Hellfire and BC Hellfire. Kind of a bit of both problems, I'm not gonna lie. It just sucks. It just sucks. Yep. Skies are red up here. Oh, it sucks. Making I woke up yesterday and I had a headache and my eyes were watering and I'm like, oh god, am I sick? And then I look outside and like the sky's red. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's why I feel like trash. Excellent. No, it's we're 69% of the way through the year, which means we still got plenty of year left. Could really just use this year to be done quicker. Is that an owl? Oh no, it's an osprey. I generally assume O's with owls, but it's an osprey. Pretty. I don't know. There have been some good things that have happened this year. It's just it's hard to remember the good things that have happened versus the kind of crappy things that have happened, you know? Yeah, it's going to be 2020 again. On December 31st, we all wake up and we just hear like this booming announcer voice in our ears. And the announcer says, "But it was all a dream." Or so they thought. Yeah, no, it's just kind of hellish. Not a fan. I thought I saw it. I thought this child right here, Camille, was running around with a white exclamation mark on him, but it was just a mug. But yeah, no, goddamn, I would love. Oh shit, Patola screw up. Yeah, you did. Like nickel, silver, black pyroke, and ibex horn, and badger bone. Just checking to see if he'd be good for the military. Like shoes. Son of Kibbs, yeah. Son of Kibbs and son. Yeah. So you can handle stress. So you like making shoes. So you can be a clothes maker. But Patola's son of Kibbs can join the military.
Now, this isn't looking good. Not good at all.
You made a baby. We're all fucked. This world is doomed. Yeah, right. I mean, this world is doomed, but because there's a giant noseless skunk demon trying to murder everybody, not because you had a baby. I don't know. This year has been crappy for myself personally for so many fucking reasons. But I still think last year was actually worse for me. Has indeed been a year. That's my bot, Kellyanne Fallon. So if you want to listen to me and my friend babble about music and alcohol, you can find that link there. Uh, 2016 was scary. 2017 was weird. 2018 was amazing for me in so many ways. 2019 was one of the best years of my life, and then it became a really bad year towards the end for me. And 2020 has just been a shitstorm. So currently, Psycon is conducting a meeting. Once that meeting is done, he's going to go trade. Unfortunately, we don't get to put up as many episodes as we'd like, Talon, because my co-host recently became employed with 2 jobs, which is great, but not so great for our ability to consistently put out podcasts. You know what? We'll sell some of those pedestals. Yeah, right? He went and got a job. That bastard. But no, it's good that he's working again. So we put them out when we can. I mean, 2018 was the year that I quit my job to stream full-time, proper. instead of just working 2 nights a week and streaming full time. But yeah, no, I mean, for me, what was bigger, like just all my personal issues have been, for me personally, been worse than the actual like pandemic itself. They brought some books. Should buy that book. Gonna buy those anvils. Gonna buy those cloth bins. We can make socks and clothing. Don't need those sandbags, but I will buy the empty bag. Don't really want to melt stuff down, so... Although I can buy the copper bucklers, the shields. Can't buy large weapons, but I can buy like the... Actually, no, I don't have the money. Never mind. Can't do that. Fine. There you go. They're happy now. They are happy now. Oh no, Odil's having a panic attack. That dwarf was already kind of donezo when they got here, though. Gonna head off to beds? Alrighty, animal. Well, we'll see you later, animal. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know, the one thing that really freaked me out the other day was when Quatch pointed out that I'm kind of the unofficial spokesperson for Steam Dwarf Fortress, or just Dwarf Fortress in general. And that still kind of fucks with my head. Talon Fallon, thank you very much for the first Prime subscription to the channel. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarfs and lasers and shit. Good to have you. Cheers. And enjoy the ad-free viewing. That's the important bit. I need more stone detailers. Might actually just mass assign that gig. It's an easy craft that anybody can do with no experience. And I just need it done. 2 minutes later, I have a YouTube video up, etc., etc. Yeah, but like, it's not something that I really clued into. I really need to make mugs out of a different material, because this just looks like a dwarf in a mood to me when they're moving. Some more migrants have arrived. We're going to get inundated with migrants because we're not We don't have any restriction on our population, so... You know what? We'll let them. Oh, hey, it's Jack Nurek. Jack Nurek now has 2 dwarves in this fort. Whoops. Oh, that's good. Good to know. Clones. No, they just happen to have the same name. It happens. Although this one is going to be in the military. Because it's fitting. Oh shit, we have a lasher. Actually kind of cool. You want to craft a great work of art? We've already done that. 19 years old. Sense of duty. Thinks before acting. Is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Alright, well. Thanks, Metsus. Sheer chaos. I wonder if I can simulate that with DF hack. I mean, you'd need a lot of workshops. We are at war with another dwarven faction, elves, and a human faction. But we're also at peace with dwarven factions, elves, and humans. Just different factions. And we're at war with goblins, obviously. Yeah. This is a very war-heavy fort. I think it's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. We're going to have all of the healthcare, and we're going to give you weaving. Jack Nurek the Mace Dwarf, actually. It's a master diagnostician to know. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Sockmund. You're joining the military because you were in my previous military. Killed a goblin and a troll. An MM. Novice grower. Cool. I think that's everything. Yep, 42 dwarves. Welcome the Herbalist, a great swords dwarf. Well, you're joining the Kindling of Vessels. Well, there you go. DF hack can force most things. I'd be more surprised if DF hack couldn't force boost. Or not boost. Moods. Alright, Hey, Clino. Need to figure out where I'm putting my, forge. Let's actually go a little further down, because we haven't actually gone that far down, only 9 Z levels. Let's go down... to layer 20. and just see what we hit. That's strange, Brian. I don't believe I've ever seen that happen. Yeah, Marty's a master lasher. Pity he doesn't have any weapons. But we need to get a forge built. It's a lot of microcline. You digging in? More schist. Shop but never took it over. Yeah, that sounds like a bug. That sounds very strange. I don't believe I've ever had anything like that happen before. Oh, there we go. That's kind of what I was hoping we'd hit. Just let them dig down. See how far down they can actually get. We'll construct some stairs going up and down. Let the dwarves kind of fan out down here. Carve out a bunch of this and construct a little room around this. Our piece sucked, so it fit the bill. All artifacts are beautiful, but can be entirely useless. Are you that dwarf's pet, Aloth? Or is that guinea hen just following you? What is your pet? It's adorable. I love it when pets follow out their masters. It's always cute. Even when you're warned about it for 2 weeks? Okay. Yeah, that sucks. I'm sorry. It's like the mechanic's car, yeah. Well, I mean, you don't want to bring your work home all the time. I get it. I understand that. It's like me not wanting to play video games off stream. I mean, it's not that it's necessarily a chore. It's I want to do something else. Thing didn't last long. Yeah. Was that a troglodyte? Yup. Time to train up the military a little bit. Splat. There you go. Doing good work, dwarves. Where'd the rest of those troggies go? They're pretty far away. But close enough that we still need to remove them. It's going to be a little bit of work to kind of seal this whole thing off, but it shouldn't be too bad. Lots of people just waste stuff. I mean, depends on how badly I want to get rid of stuff, but there are times where I will just be like, yeah, just fucking use the boulders. But it depends on what I'm trying to do. And how desperate I am to have a wall erected. Stat! I like microcline. Mostly because it gives me some color variety. So, much rather have microcline than a lot of other stones. I don't understand a lot of people's hatred for microcline. Like, I don't know. Microcline's fine. My annoyance is when I get a lot of mudstone. Not a huge fan of mudstone. So bright. Change your colors. But yeah, it kind of is. My chalk box over there. His microcline is blinding. Adjust your colors. I mean, that's like the first thing I did was I spent like several hours coming up with a color set that didn't hurt my eyes at all that I liked looking at. Also, Krugs changes his colors for every single fort, so you must be using Honeystoker if it's blinding. Because Honeystoker did have pretty blinding colors. I agree. I know. I agree. Honeystoker, I think, is the last one that he released everything for, yeah. I mean, this is a modified version of that tile set, but I'm not using his colors. Yeah, the dwarves are customized, the floors are different, the walls are different, Oh, I used the wrong blocks there, that's fine. Hey, a Gorlak! A busy little cavern lair. All the more reason to seal it off. Oh, that's why I'm not getting any cancellations. I'm like, there's no way in hell these jobs are actually getting done. Although, actually, what I should use microcline floor? What I should use it for is, remember to remove this floor later blocks. Like, delete this later, because it's blue. It'll stand out, and I'll remember to delete it later. Delete later block. I usually do that with wood, though. I'll have, like, a few wood pieces as part of scaffolding or something, and I'll remember to delete them later and, like, deconstruct them later because they stand out visually. Yeah, the problem is like, I've got schist everywhere here, so half the brown isn't actually wood. I've got a possession. Another craft store shop. Probably won't be anything particularly interesting. Yep. Just bones and schist. Bones and schist. Not super keen on that one. Trying to think where I should put my forge. I'm kind of thinking about putting the forge down here and using that stock room up here. Oopsies, I didn't mean to cancel that. I meant to complete it. So I don't know how deep I want my forge to be. I don't want it to be that deep. Make ourselves a temple. The Cult of Glens. The god of... worships the gods of metals and healing. The Contested Domination. Fortresses and War. The Cult of Violence. Fortresses and War. Well, we'll just throw down a... anything goes. Wait, what? Oh, the Reverence. Okay, I read that as the Revenge of Domination. I was like, oh boy. Got an exciting... name here. Cathedral of Laborers? That works. I'll roll with that. Bard is visiting. But yeah, no. There's just so much fantastic stuff. Also, something worth noting is thanks for the follows, by the way. I saw a couple follows come in the last 10 minutes or so. I don't have a notification for them, but I do see them, so. Thank you. If anybody wants a dwarf, just let me know. There's no restrictions. It's just I don't automatically name everybody when they come in because I know some people don't like to be dwarfed, but... Salon the Farmer has created Emaribar Gostastrelem, a jagged reindeer bone left gauntlet. Cool in practice, not that cool usefulness-wise. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Onom Phantom Urn. Once again, a dwarf related to royalty. Fascinating. 3,720. I put an extra decimal in there. This is a jagged reindeer bone gauntlet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted? I can't read today. Encrusted with oval schist cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of reindeer bone. Fantastic little artifact. Hunter cancels weave cloth. Need more plant thread. Alrighty. What are we doing here anyway? So this world is my community world. So the download is public. It's pinned on my Discord. You can just go grab it. And the idea is that we're just trying to dissect the lore of this world kind of as a group because there's so much going on in any given DF world that it's difficult to kind of figure out everything. So kind of the things we find are what I then try and go do in the world. I play this fortress once a week on Saturdays, And then on my other fortress, I've got Long Death Millennium. The goal is to keep that fort alive for 1,000 years in game time. We're on year like 35 out of... So we're on year like 30, basically. It's going to take a while. Hollow Knight. Is it part of Lazy Noob Pack? No, because I don't use Lazy Noob Pack. So it's just Hollow Knight running on YouTube. I don't use Lazy Noob Pack or DF Hack. Yeah. I listen to music the old-fashioned way in another tab. Alright, we need to get Metal Industry up and running. Real bad. So what we're gonna do... We're gonna dig a little tunnel there. I have to check my Discord. Good timing. You just lost the other game. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the DF Talks room of like stuff that people have posted that they've found in this world. I've also made some videos about this world. All of the VODs in this world are archived on my YouTube channel. And yeah, it's just kind of a cooperative exploring thing. I've had some people think that this is like a succession fort or something, and it's not. It's just me making a world public, which I don't normally do. I've been streaming DF for a long time. Out of curiosity, how did you, if you just randomly stumbled into the channel, how did you randomly stumble into the channel? Were you just looking for DF streams and like not happened to click on mine, or you come from another stream? Always kind of curious to know how people find the channel, to be honest. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Giant cave toad. Uh-oh. A little bit of miasma down here. I need to make a garbage disposal, I think. This little pile of bodies here ain't good for my dwarf's health. You've been trolling YouTube for Twitch people that you like? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's... YouTube for... or Twitch for DF is a weird thing. Because... I don't know. It's a weird thing. Because it's kind of like a constant back and forth battle of trying to convince people how... or explain to people how to watch it. But at the same time, like, you don't want to be doing too much of that because some of the people already know exactly what the heck they're looking at. It's a weird thing, but I like it. And I'm probably the one that's here the most. The other person who's here a whole lot is people like Scoundrel. We have a couple smaller streams that are pretty new to the whole streaming thing, but I don't even know what all that miasma is. Das Tactic, like, doesn't do DF much. Kind of makes me sad, actually, because I really like his DF stuff, but he streams a lot of random 4X games. But you should look up Salford Sal. He's great. Yes, both. Krugs doesn't do anything on Twitch, so there is no other place to watch him. I mean, you could give him money and join his Discord and then talk to him and watch him draw over there, but he doesn't do anything on Twitch, unfortunately. Yeah, there we go. Software Cell does more stuff on YouTube than Twitch, but she's on Twitch quite a bit these days. There's the giant cave toad corpse that was really stinking up the place, that one. We just need to find some actual metal in here. The problem with this world is metal is sparse, so it can be a challenge to find metal. Her streams are just her playing the game. I don't really watch tutorials myself, and that's kind of her forte. In fact, I recommend people don't watch tutorials. But that's just me. Take that opinion for what you will. Wiki is infinitely more useful. I mean, learn. There's something to be said for learning by doing, right? Like, read the wiki. If you get lost, ask questions. Subreddit's great at answering questions. The wiki's great at answering questions. Players are great at answering questions. All of the above. The problem with Das Tactic is a lot of his tutorials are extremely outdated. Extremely outdated. I think now? Or is that... Yeah, like now. I'm tempted to restream it, but I don't think I'm allowed to. Oh shit, we discovered a deep pit. Also, it's subscriber-only chat. That's stupid. Down to the next cavern layer. So far we've found gems. That's kind of it. Yeah, I think that that's a little stupid. Sub-only chat, follower-only chat I can understand, but sub-only? Really? I don't know. I'll just watch the VOD afterwards. Depends on the audience. It's not hard to moderate a chat. That's all. But there's not a lot. Fucking 400 people watching. But no, it's not hard to moderate chats. You had to show up in person? Sure. But then just make it a sub-only stream. That's what it is, for if you had to show up in person. It's a bit over the top if there's 100 viewers. As somebody who does this professionally, modding 100 viewers is fucking easy. It's fucking easy. I could mod that chat, no problem. Like, maybe if there's 100,000 viewers, that's hard. Fucking 400's nothing. especially for a panel. For a split second there, I freaked out because I thought that that yellow color of them mining was fire. That scared the crap out of me. All right, I need to go do my injections and stuff and grab me my lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Depends on your viewers, though, XD. Like, but that's the thing, though. It's really easy to moderate it. Just believe me when I say this, Rust. I know what I'm talking about. No! It's really easy to moderate that shit. Anyway, I have to go do my injections and stuff and get my lunch. I mean, you can disagree with me all you want. You really can. But it's easy to moderate. Anyway. I know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to leave you guys watching the dwarves just kind of hang out in the tavern. I'm just... You fuckers don't know what you're talking about unless you've had to manage massive chats before, and I have. Anyway. I'm gonna go get my lunch. I'll be back in under 10 minutes.
Cheese for everyone!
All right. I also have sound on packs too. Just to be clear. All right, I now have my sandwich, and it looks like we have traders. Yay! Excuse me. Yay! So I can trade for some metals, hopefully. And hopefully I have many a menacing wooden spike. Oh, there you go. I just use the power of multiple windows. I've never really found multi-twitch to be useful in the slightest. Yeah, that whole chatting situation seems to be a bit of a mess. That has a tabbed chat. Yeah, no, I mean, it's got some nice features, but it's always struck me as one of those services that's a little silly, but that's fine. I'm just flattered that some people will still be watching me. Instead of just going all the way over to the almighty Tarn. Which, frankly, I would expect you to. 'Cause what's more interesting, me or Tarn? Probably Tarn. But let me know if there's any good, like, topics brought up. I mean, you bet your ass I'm gonna watch the VOD tonight and make a video about it. Makes you giggle. It is kind of entertaining watching all the stuff get brought all at once over. It is kind of super entertaining. Rock pot, 100. Wood barrel, 100. Let's get all that stuff sorted. Okay, where the heck is this giant cave toad? Okay, it must be dead now, because it's certainly not on the map anymore. Troglodytes are, but it's to be expected. Alright, where the heck was my entrance at? It was down here. Let's finish closing this in. Let's go to that office layer. Right here. Let's place this lever down and call it Cavern Layer 1. And make some more mechanisms, because apparently I'm out of mechanisms. Yeah, let's make 30. Make a bunch. But how's your day been, Stone? Did you sleep in today? I really need a offer. Might as well just queue up a bunch of those. My mouth is full. I can't read. Hold up. Okay. Now I can speak. What made you do a double take? My mouth is full. I can't read. I mean, my mouth was full, so I couldn't really speak. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What do you have of our merchants? Please bring us weapons. Spears, maces. Yeah. And, helms, mail shirts, breastplates. Because we have no metal yet. And also all of the metal. Okay, dumb thing for me to say. Regardless, though, how you doing today, Axon? It's pinned in the DF talk room, but, I can link it if you like it. I wonder how long that stream's supposed to be. Is it an hour? Yep, from August 30th. I need to update it again. So you can either play the previous fort that I had, or you can just abandon it and go do something else in the world. The faction that we know the most about is the Vessel of Artifice. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your grand craftsdwarf ship. They want armor, fish, toys, crowns, plants, thread, crutches, meat, windows, and prepared meals. Of course they do. Psychon, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes shall rise and fall together. Yep, we know. Of slut. We know. We know. I would restream it, but I don't think I'm allowed to. Whoop, we just beat a troglodyte's face in. Two of them, actually. Is that a cat? No, it's a chick. And the chick's just having a panic attack. Kind of funny. Well, all right, well, let's just make a garbage masher. Small raising bridge. An elven yak cow who killed 24 humans. Dude, yaks are OP. Your yaks are like legend for their strength. Or they should be if they ain't. There you go. As you should be. Yeah, no, I'm gonna watch the VOD of PAX 2 later, because I don't think I'm allowed to restream it. I haven't seen anything about that, even though I looked into it. So, because of that, I'm just kind of assuming that I'm not allowed to, which is generally kind of the best course of action when in my situation, so. I will watch the VOD after if it's worth watching. Otherwise, I will skip it. I don't know. I'm not super hopeful that there will be much new information coming out of that, though. Especially based on the, like, 5 or 6 minutes that I listened at the beginning. Because it's just going to be kind of, you know, your PAX audience more so than anything. Also, I'm really scratching my head at how they're managing the chat system. Like, oh, to go ask questions, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. It just seems a little goofy to me, but maybe they've had moderation problems. Who knows? All right, Shem, the herbalist, you can be our cook, because you need a job, and you're currently doing nothing. And I need a cook. Maybe it's just policy. Well, I'll just say that it's my policy that it's easier to talk to Tarn when he's on my stream. That's my policy. Sure. I totally agree. But, I still just shrug at it. If I do this wrong, I'm gonna catapult corpses everywhere. If I keep doing it the way I'm doing it. This seems perfect. We shall go with this route. It's okay, though. At the end of the day, people just ruin everything. Alright, so that gets hooked up to that. We can close up this lower layer. Unfeeling and over the top in a lot of cases. I don't know if that's necessarily the way I think of it, but it strikes me as lazy. There's... You know, I've run channels and streams and of all sizes on Twitch for years. And your audience is what you make of it and the way you treat it. The more you lock down an audience, the more you restrict them, the more you can kind of control what that audience becomes in text form. But there is then the opposite problem of if you over-control and over-clamp down, you get a rise in like a fight the power kind of way. So it's kind of a happy balance of let people talk and make it easy, but at the same time, if you overdo that, it can have an overwhelmingly negative effect, if that makes any sense. I mean, this place is much smaller than the PAX chats at the end of the day. But the Scales of Touch wishes to reside in rifle killers as for the purpose of entertaining citizens. Well, who are they? Bunch of elven poets. Yeah, no thanks. Sorry, can't do. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, if you over moderate a chat all that will happen is people will find other places to put that toxicity. So it's like, if you have people that are going out of their way to harass people that you're having on a stream, if you moderate your own chat well, then you can curb that problem. You'll never completely get rid of it, but you can curb that problem. Now, if you remove the chat entirely, all it's going to do is it's going to push those people into a different chat to still send the same harassment at the same people. But they're going to do it covertly. And it sucks. I mean, you basically named this place Trifle Killers, Stone. It's a good name. I like it a lot. I like it a whole lot. So, yeah, no, it's a can of worms, and it sucks that that's the way things need to be, but yeah, I mean, it is kind of just a haters gonna hate situation, and like I said, it sucks. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. People are assholes, and blocking them isn't gonna fix that. If anything, it just makes it worse. So all you can really do is have a diligent mod team and do your best to remove issues when they happen. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that can't handle any of that, right? Just take it all as overwhelming negativity, which is true. Yep. Yeah, and that's a problem, Clutch. Is there anything interesting coming out of that stream anyway? For those of you who are watching it? I mean, there's a very popular streamer called Trainwrecks who, in my opinion, seems like a very cool guy in person, but I kind of hate his online internet persona, and I kind of very much dislike his chat culture. But he recently, by recently I mean like December last year, so about a year ago now, discovered a army of fucking 11-year-olds that made a Discord for the sole purpose of harassing him. And they would lurk in his channel, and whenever somebody got permabanned in his chat for whatever reason, they would DM him. They would DM that person and invite that person to this Discord. Purely with the goal of harassing him. And when he found out about this, like, they got the server reported and the server taken down. But at the same time was like, he was impressed. Like, the dedication towards hating somebody to that degree is bloody impressive. You had a 12-hour workday yesterday, followed up by a 10-hour workday today. Oh, God. Hey, man, at least you're working. That's not even 4chan shit. It's just, like, mental. It must be something worth hating, at least. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have thousands of people watching, people will find something to hate, regardless of what you're doing. Prefers to be alone and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. I'm just going to let these dwarves show up. Come on in, boys. And ladies. Dwarves and dwarfettes. There's a lot of people like that. A lot of people make a living getting trolled. Then there's me. I'm like the 5 Game of Thrones subreddits. I go out of my way to quell that shit because I don't want to have to fucking deal with it. Bonrek whip crests. Holy shit. I think all the visitors suddenly discovered that we live here. Look at all of these fucking bards we have in here. There's even one having a panic attack. I mean, I always say this, and this is kind of the ethos that I live by. If you're gonna troll, be fucking good at it and don't just be a dick. And if you're an asshole in my chat, you get to deal with what happens to you when you're an asshole to people. I'll rip you a new one, insult you, and tell you to fuck yourself, and remove you. And you'll never come back. And that's just how I've always managed my chat. I should just kill all the elf bards? That sounds like a lot of work. Actually, I don't really have any weapons yet. Because I haven't found any medals yet. And, so I don't really have the weapons to kill them. We're working on it. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't owe anyone anything ever for any reason. And now if it's someone who's being an ass to me and it's someone who's supported this stream a lot, I'll feel fucking terrible, but I'll still remove them. Because I have different priorities than you. Spots. Hey, Saralak. How's things? I might actually, just fucking go the route of duping some iron. I don't generally do that, but they can't get into my fort, even if they wanted to. But if I'm not at war with anybody, nobody's going to attack me, so I don't need to worry. Yeah, you can dupe iron in DF. Why am I forgetting where metalsmith's forges are? There we go. Well, hopefully I can have Tarn on again. Because when I spoke to him last, I suggested maybe having him on again in October, once some of the UX stuff was out. So I'm gonna poke him about that in a couple of weeks, maybe next week. And then you can get your question in, and I'll make sure that your question gets in because I have the same question. Yeah, I'm sure it's a fine system they have set up. But the problem is the people that will get questions are the people that were ready to ask a question yesterday, not the people who are ready to, or who want to ask a question today. That's generally the problem with those types of systems. I mean, all they need is volunteer moderators. But yeah, you're correct. Bar block. And weapons. But yeah, no, they do not have enough Audio video guys for sure. That's what I wanted. Armor. Armor and weapons. You're a consultant. Audio video guy. The co-host of my podcast does AV stuff as kind of a side job. I think he wants to do that stuff full time. Hopefully one day he'll be able to. Oh, right. Not stone blocks. Just IT? Ah, IT consultant. Gotcha. I'll put a stone bar block stockpile up here. I don't really need a big one, though. Yeah, you want to practice a craft? We'll get you on all that stuff. You're weaving threads. You like metals? We'll just give you all of those jobs. I need somebody to give wood burning to. Not worrying too much about who I'm giving what to, but as they get done. I need 2 wood burners, ideally. So much shit being requested of me right now. Because we have so many visitors. Look at all of these visitors. Including Screwy. And screw it then. That's interesting. Goblins that have been in my previous fort have already come over. They're just visitors, but... Wait, hold on. The Baron Consort hanging out. Dwarf. Interesting. Nah, the game just tries to give you dwarves that you've had in previous fortresses. It's always a cool moment to have, you know? Gonna go out and collect webs first. Safe job, dwarfs. Be careful. Something interesting, Quatch. A key moment? What key moment are you referring? I mean, I don't know what you're referring. Like, I've read your key comments, but I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Like, care to elaborate a little bit more? Sorry, like, I have, like, very little context. How is this a key moment? So I can't, I'm not watching the streams. So. Well, I'm asking you to. I mean, if you don't want to, don't. But it would be helpful to keep those that are not paying any attention. And Barons has given birth to a boy. Congratulations, Barons. I don't know. If you're just gonna like randomly say shit like that, just know that like I have very little idea for the context. You're gonna have to give us more information than just here's a key moment. It's like, well, that doesn't mean anything, but okay. We need architecture. You'll leave off. I mean, you don't have to. Just if you're gonna make comments like that, give us some context. That's all. If you want us to know what you're talking about, because not everybody here is watching the PAX stream. Myself especially isn't. Like, I'd love updates as to what's going on. Just give us some context. I mean, that stream is only supposed to be an hour, right? They're already like 40 minutes in. Reliant also came over from the other fortress. How many dwarves are we up to? I think it's 49? I need to check. $116 when he started, so probably an hour, maybe some closing stuff. Yeah, probably. For some reason, I'm half expecting them to give us a release window for this, but at the same time, I'm not. Just because PAX is kind of a big event, but they could also just release like an 8-second trailer with a date on it, and that would be enough. But it might just also be what it says on the tin, which is just a Q&A stream. So who knows? Needs masonry. Well. Like, I've got all of my metalsmiths doing jobs. Let's just, like, set up and good to go. Let's just suspend these for a second. So that my dwarves that are doing masonry can go and construct a building. There they go. I don't know. I'm not entirely thrilled with how PAX is running their PAX Online stuff. It's just, I don't know. Not how I would do it if I were to try and convert an event that's as big as PAX is into a online streaming event. The way they run their streams just doesn't convert into good traffic. It's great for making an in-person event more online, but the other way it doesn't really help. The were-camel, Como Astalucidoka, has come. A very large camel twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow lime. Its dark brown hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the night. Where the fudge is it, though? Ah, there it is. Right here. All right, well, there's Einod and Logum outside. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to this layer. Going to add a burrow. Going to make it this layer. The whole layer. Isn't PAX about playing new games? Well, the problem is the way PAX runs their broadcasts is normally they will have like 5 different channels all for running different panels at the same time. As well as like the main PAX channel where you'll have like interviews with developers for people on the internet, right? And that's how they're doing PAX Online. So they have like 8 different channels running. And none of them are getting super heavily promoted. So you quite literally, if you want to actually watch anything that's happening during PAX, you have to figure out which channel it's on, what time it's live, and then sign up for a Discord server to be able to actually interact with the panel. And instead of managing everything in a state that you normally would for an event like that, also I need to assign all these bedrooms, so we should just do this while I'm here. Rather than signing up everything to happen at an event like that, what they're doing is they're running it the way they normally would, which is all of these different simultaneous channels, and it's just fucking confusing and never has really worked particularly well and never will work particularly well. Just sucks. All right, so all of the dwarves should run inside. Let's... Oh, another thing I need to do is jump down here. Pull this lever and this lever and take my military off of being military. So everybody runs inside and the creature's already in. It's missed my Fisher Dwarf twice. Seems to have collided with Einod, the Fisher Dwarf. They're fighting. Einod has been infected, most likely. Or Einod. They're still in combat. Einod is panicking. The dwarves are running. Oh, sweet. Einod's brilliant. Einod panicked and ran outside. The door is shut. Einod is unfortunately kind of screwed here. Let's just make sure nobody fell. Nobody fell, yay! The Bearded Hall now has many members in Trifle Killers, and now requires a guild hall. The location must be built and furnished, with a hall designated as a farmer guild. I will say yes to that, which means we get to make a farmer's guild. And it's a human. He needs a statue? I don't know about that. He was a Fisher Dwarf, which is a horrible, horrible profession for any dwarf. But he did save us. So yeah, maybe I will agree with you. Let's make it out of microcline. Nice and blue. There you go. We'll make him a statue. Well, at least we know that the bridges work. Ooh, he got wrecked. It struck him. He was just screaming for help. But we all just left him. Where Camel struck him in the head with his sheepwool coat, bruising the muscle. The Fisher Dwarf has been stunned, and he falls over and screams, "Help, save me." "I've been injured badly. There is no hope," he said after he got hit real bad in the shoulder, bruised the bone, and tore a ligament. I guess he lost his ability to move. He started to vomit. That's distressing. I'm just kind of sad that he just screamed for help. It wasn't like, hey, this is my fight, I have no fear. It was, I was attacked, most shocking. Begone fear! But very quickly lost his bravery and starts just screaming for help. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. I'm gonna put a charcoal stockpile right here. And Metsus has been taken by a mood. Another possession. Claims a mason's workshop. Please make us a door, dwarf. Probably want bones or something. Gems shining. Maybe gems. Leather skin. That's also possible. Stone rock. You already got that. Gems shining. Okay. Gotta be gems. Gotta be gems. You probably want cut gems, because I don't think we have a single cut gem in the fort yet. Yeah, we got no cut gems. Didn't they say that when they're attacked to hurt? I am so shaken? Yeah, that is a common one. I really hope that Watch's question gets answered, because I want to know the answer to it. All right, so now the question of where do we put the dead? I think up in the cavern layer up here somewhere. I was injured in battle. I am so shaken. I mean, they only have, like, so much dialogue that they can throw out, but yeah. My favorite one is, I was attacked. I shall not give in to fear. Or I was attacked. Begone fear. It's like, oh, you're courageous and brave. Do what you gotta do, dwarf. Don't die on me. Hang in there, bud. But, I don't know. On one side, I desperately wish that they had more dialogue, but on the other, the bits of dialogue that they do have are kind of charming in a weird way. It's like, come on, dwarf, you're missing 2 legs, both your legs, and a hand. Just walk it off. You'll be fine. Like reading poorly translated text. It's very well written text, actually. It's just feels very out of place at times, I think. How many people here are watching the DF stream right now with Tarn on it? Like, just kind of show of hands. Has any interesting, worth noting information come out of it yet? Like a technical writer who speaks in Russian as a first language. And then there's like Caves of Cud, where it reads like you're reading poorly translated text, but that's just because it's so well written at making it feel alien. It just doesn't feel like you're reading English half the time. Oh, god dang it. Fucking troglodytes attacking again. I don't know what the big 20 is, but hopefully it was entertaining. I didn't wall them off, no. No, I can wall them off with the pull of a lever, but I haven't. Might actually do that. I'm kind of fucking tired of murdering all these poor troglodytes. Don't deserve it, frankly. Oh god, we're still fighting with them. Look at that. Almost dogpiled them right there. Ooh, there's a dead dwarf in there. Whoa! Whoa! Never mind. We just had a tantrum spiral into a loyalty cascade. We are now at 28 dwarves. And they're still going. We have 21 dwarves. Reliant 12 is now the expedition leader. They're still going. And yep, they're still going. There's dwarves fighting with humans. Let's follow one of our military dwarves, a Ripterus. Yeah, we're fighting with guests. I don't know what the hell happened, but he's just murdering all of the elves and all of the guests. Holy shit. I don't even know what started that. Yeah. I genuinely have no idea what the fuck started that. But here, like, this dwarf isn't even panicking. What are your thoughts? No, like, this fort's done, I think. This dwarf is just gonna kill everybody. Oh, you bled out. I think. Is Eriptrus still alive? You're conducting a meeting. Oh god, they're still going. Possessed by a ghost? Maybe. But I didn't see anything about that. It's not a tantrum. Yeah, I can't even go back far enough to tell you. We have 12 dwarves left. Zunter has become the expedition leader of the fortress. Who's still alive? You? I don't know. Yeah, something happened. You're just socializing, eh? Oh, and then they go and now they're fighting again, I think. It's a stray mule. Like how there's just a cave crocodile coming up. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Genuinely don't know what happened. Yeah, there they go again. I'm blaming it on an elf insurgency. Yeah, it's a lot of blood. You bet your ass it's a lot of blood. Something just started a war, I think is what just happened. But supposedly we're still at peace with the humans. I mean, they're killing them anyway. I should have just booted them out is what I should have done. I genuinely have no idea what happened. But something caused a loyalty cascade. And they're still at it. Yeah, there it goes. Just murdering all the elves. Huh. I'm just letting this happen because I'm fascinated. I haven't seen a loyalty cascade this bad since last version. I mean, most likely whoever caused it is dead, so I don't think there'd be anybody to interrogate. So I don't know. It must have just been like one of the visitors tantruming or something. We're down to 11 dwarves. If there's somebody plotting to steal something, I mean, maybe that's what it was. I don't think we're going to recover this. Did they get locked inside? I mean, I turned the burrow on, but that wouldn't cause problem. I turned the turning the burrows on is what caused it. But that normally wouldn't cause... Yeah, there they go again. And they're still fighting. That's manic. You can't ever dwarfishly recover from this? What do you mean? Is I mean, I probably could recover from this. I just don't see the point. I mean, the way I would justify this in my head, lore-wise, is like an insurgency of... Let's just see what happens. Let's see if people are still in active aggro mode. I just... let my... Okay, I know. They're no longer fighting. But there still is something fighting. Is that a reference to Tiger King? I don't know. I wasn't sober when I watched most of Tiger King. Just holy hell, hot damn. What if I make a burrow on top of them? I mean, I could just turn the burrow back on. Let's see what happens when I turn the burrow back on. The mighty knives wish to live here. Yeah, no thanks. Well, I mean, I have 11 dwarves left. Including a Ripterus who did a lot of the murder. Yeah, this was the dwarf that went and killed everything. I mean, we had a good number that were missing and dead, but yeah, it's... Most of the livestock were us, but yeah, all of these... How was it? Watch anything interesting come out of it? Yeah, no, I know you were talking about the PAX interview. So's my fort, don't worry. We had a mass loyalty cascade. It's all good, Quatch. Did anything interesting come out of it? So I guess I should watch it. Someone got pissed over a poem? Yeah, I don't fucking know, man. What must have happened? So I turned on the burrow, and when I turned the burrow on, everything was just mass pandemonium. I turned the burrow on to then go lock the caves. Because the caves were, how should I put it? Flooding, like, giant cave crocodiles in. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just lock the cave. So I turned the normal burrows on that I had on minutes ago with no problem. Turned them on. And then everybody just ripped each other into tiny little pieces. There's going to be a fall video release soon. Did they give a date for that? Yeah, both Jack Nurks perished. Most people perished. And Eripterus did most of the murdering. Like, look how many kills this dwarf has. 45 notable, 1 other. All here. Reliant, Gimper, Screwy. Screw it then, MM, Tranquil Ham, Marty, Barons, Jack Nurk. Yeah, you just killed everybody. Quite literally. You just killed everybody. Eripterus. Naming dwarves is a curse? Naming dwarves is 80% of the fun. And if you disagree, I can't change your mind, I guess, but I have no fucking idea. But dude, like, that's fine though. I mean, we only spent like 2 days in this fort. But man, I guess you're a badass, yeah. Please don't tell me I hate anything in particular. Because I have nothing against elves. Elves are fine. They can be mildly annoying, but mildly annoying does not equal hate. Oh, Eripterus? Okay. Wasn't sure who you were responding to. I mean, I think Eripterus actually killed dwarves first and then just attacked anybody that attacked him. I got caught in miasma. How disgusting. Yeah, no kidding. Talk about fucking bad day at the office. I don't even know what to do with this fort now. Like, couple bodies in the midst, the few that are still alive are like, ah! I mean, all dwarves eat shrooms, so that's not exactly like an abnormal thing. I don't know what to do. Just get everyone together and go for Bobbit. The problem is they're all gonna go for Bobbit, but I've just got 2 children in the fort that they won't bring with. But good luck, dwarves. I'm at a loss. That's all. Maybe just leave one dwarf to play babysitter? Nah. Although they don't seem to actually really be going out. Hold on. There we go. We've got dwarves that are having panic attacks on the way out. I mean, I think Trifle Killers is dead. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I think that Trifle Killers is dead. Also, they're leaving through the caverns to go raid Diverth? That's interesting. And this dwarf is just busted. They've already returned. That was a fast attack. Repturus led the attack, and the defenders were led by the skunk monster, Bobette, Dredge Ditches, the Dark Tragedies. The skunk monster outmatched them. Looks like Wogarden got killed. Yeah, I don't know. Should we reclaim this fort, maybe? Because I don't know what the fuck to do with it. Or maybe build another fort and just blame... That skunk is overpowered. I mean, I'm just trying to think of story reasons why we would come back here. I mean, we could just... We could just blame the Skunk King for sending spies in to infiltrate. Leave it for later. I'm missing the through line here, Quatch. I guess the question is abandon and build a new fort or retire? Because the whole point of this fortress is to attack that demon. Reclaims can be fun, yeah. I mean, I'm planning on going back to Crypt Abbey, which was the first fort I did in this world. Yeah, let's go new fort. Retire this one. I mean, man. I thought that would last longer. We gave up and we surrendered. Also, welcome back, Kleno. Yeah, I mean, I could try and come back from that, but Yes, trombone time. Exactly. Perfect. Also, sorry, Marty, you died in that whole thing. Although Eripterus, here's the thing. So Eripterus had a really, really, really bad problem in my forts for a while, just as a dwarf. Every time I'd name Eripterus, he'd go batshit in like a year and then die in a bloody rampage. That's like a new record, considering that dwarf is still sane. The oracular domain, we continue. Also, from the looks of YouTube algorithms, a lot of people are searching for Dwarf Fort stuff now. Huh. Today I learned the Ripterus isn't just a name. That's like 10 times a cooler name. The more you know. I mean, my forts kind of have a weirdly deep lore at this point, Brian. Because, me just naming people after chat, eventually you kind of start to notice the patterns, you know? All right, so we need like deep metal and shallow, or ideally one of the two. So this right here is the fortress that we need to kill. And we could embark like right next to it. There's deep metal there. I need shallow as well because the metals are sparse here, so finding metals is difficult. Naming dwarves in general is fun, either after viewers or just coming up with nicknames. I feel like naming dwarves is kind of a critical part of the gameplay. If you're not naming dwarves, you're gonna have a tough time. Name the children after lurkers. I give children to people who are just like, I don't have any preference, and then like, here, have a child. I don't name anything after lurkers because I want the lurkers to be allowed to be lurkers. They want to lurk, they can lurk. Say anything. I can tell that the PAX stream is over because a lot of people have tuned in. And I could also just kind of go for one of those sinister areas. We want to be real silly. What other biome? Could be kind of fun. No light. There's no shallow stone. And I don't really particularly want to do a ultra deep fort. Some people know better than to split attention. I mean, I can't pay attention to two things at once, to be fair. I mean, it might not be, but they have been in the past. What these mountains? Could also go down into these marshes. We haven't done... Ooh, actually, this could be fun. Warm tropical shrubland. Could be like right on the doorstep of a big old mountain home. Enjoy your lurks, Jaden. Cheers. Well, it's kind of flat. Could also go up here and go a little ways away. Because this could be fun, being in a black sand desert. Trying to think of like different biomes that we haven't really done here. This could be a fun one. Because it's got this freshwater lake, a sand desert, a lot of metals, temperate grassland, untamed wilds, so big animals. What's the elevation look like on that? That's also in range of tower too, so that would be fun. Could use the lake as defenses. That or we could do ocean. Actually, black sand on an ocean could be fun. Actually, this could be really fun. Look at that. We could be on two sides of an ocean and build a bridge across it. But I don't know if I want to be in range of a tower necessarily. That's a lot of biomes. Temperate ocean. A different ocean. A sand desert and temperate grasslands. But none of the, well, only that tiny little chunk up top has shallow metal. The rest are all deep. I don't know if I necessarily want to deal with that. Because we kind of need shallow metal, really. I'm not guaranteeing any animal types. I never guarantee animal types. I've got no fucking idea what the game's going to give me. If war elephants spawn, I'd love elephants. Yeah, no, it is neat. Well, not in a desert, because there's no berries to pick in a desert, but... I love it when Twitch sends me a notification to go watch a stream that I couldn't give two shits about. Also, I must have just gotten hosted by somebody. Maybe Cat? That would end. So cheers to whoever hosted me. What up here? Not a tower? No, it's not. That's just goblins in a spooky biome. This is a haunted ocean. Spooky. Just gonna kind of look around a little bit more, see what else we can find. Maybe there's another lake around here. Like, this is kind of a shitty area. It's like, oh, deep soil. Cool. It's literally just a fucking swamp. I am not interested in doing that challenge because it's not a fun challenge, Jacknick. Yeah, there's deep soil or deep soil and water. Where you capped the volcano with silver? Ooh. I would cap it with glass. We could embark on one of these dead goblin forts. That could be kind of fun. Or like right next to one of the dead goblin forts. That's actually interesting. It's a weird little cluster of streams right there. Well, that could give us... What about desert? I mean, I was looking at a desert. There's this big old black sand desert up here. Problem is it's... Well, not entirely, but... Actually, this could be an interesting spot. Hold on. I want to say this whole area is like in range of tower, though. Well, maybe it's not. It's just the lake that is. Okay. So I don't really want to be in range. Like, I don't mind having towers close by so I can make the undead come after me after a bit, but I don't particularly like just being in range of a tower. But I wouldn't mind being on a desert. Desert would be fun. Like, this could do us. It's a sand desert. We could be on a river throughout a sand desert, so kind of like a, It's technically 3 biomes. But they're all exactly the same. Interesting. Are there giant sandworms in DF? No, unfortunately not. Kind of neat if I could find, like, multiple colors of sand. No, black sand is just volcanic sand. I've had obsidian layers in black sand before. Black sand is interesting. Or black sand is interesting, rather. I mean, this would be kind of a challenge in some ways because vegetation and trees are scarce, so wood would be kind of on the rare side. And also, it's a proper river. What's the elevation like? You know what? Yeah, let's go with this. The Desert of Culminating. So same faction, same goal, build up a military stronghold and attack that fucking thing. Also that... Oh, I misread something. The light aquifer, yeah, it's not a problem. Alright, so same faction. Stone, I need to enlist your expertise, if at all possible. Now is when we figure out what the fuck we named this thing. Because Trifle Killer was such a good name. But we don't have it anymore. That makes me sad. I mean, I'm just not going to let visitors into the fort this time because it was servants of the Dark Lord that caused the revolt in the fort. Most definitely. Yeah, your good name. For the fort? Yeah. And the group name? Yeah. I always do. Don't. And then I'll have to name these starting 7. Sorry, my eyes are refusing to function. Sand swords? I don't know. Because Trifle Killers was just such a good name. Trifle Boot. I want to go with Trifle something. Sadness Fortification? Is revolt a word? You're telling me things that my eye doctor has been telling me for years. Just remember that my eyes don't operate the same way normal people's eyes do. I suffer from a number of disabilities and issues with my eyes. It's got nothing to do with normal computer eye problems. Like, literally, my eyes will just stop functioning at times, and it's got nothing to do with staring at a screen. I think it's an adjective. What, revolt? I mean, revolting is an adjective. Yeah, no, it is true. Oh, God. Might have to end stream if I stop cooperating. Cooperating. Hopefully not, though. Don't like trifle boot, though. Rifle dives? You can't get much further away than a KSP2 picture. You know, you are correct there. Except for maybe Star Citizen 1.0. Rifle fortification? Like trifle dive. I don't think fortification is a rear compound word. I don't think I could actually do that. I could do trifle fortress. Trifle fortune. Fortunes. Rifle Fortress? Dune something could be our group name. But I kind of want all of these forts that are going after Bobette to have something in there. Yeah, I think we'll go with Trifle Fortress. So Trifle Fortress, Bobette Gishud is what we're going to go for the fort name. But for the actual... The Dunes of Skins. There's some kind of pewter in this game called Trifle. So the reason we're naming it Trifle is the Dwarven, translated into Dwarven reads as Bobette. And Bobette is a skunk demon that took over one of this faction's fortresses like 150 years ago. And we are trying to reclaim that fortress by killing that demon. As you can see, in the last fort, it didn't go so well. So now we're kind of on attempt 3. Yeah. So we're trying to reclaim this fortress from the thing. No, we've got the name for the fort. Now we just need the name for the group of dwarves. The Dunes of something, probably. Dunes of squatting. That'd be brown sand, not... black sand. Dunes of Destiny. Dunes of Destiny! Like a kid's TV show. Dunes of Horror. Lemons! Pumpkins. Saffron. Cinnamon. Cobalt. Charcoal. I like that. The Dunes of Charcoal. I require more cafe. Also, Quatch, were you ever able to get your question in? I'm just kind of still in shock because I haven't actually had a fortress die like that in a very long time. What was the answer? I think I'm gonna go with the Dunes of Charcoal. And the symbol can be named. Our symbol can be named. Black sand. The dunes of punish. Oh, I can't do of punishment anyway. The dunes of ancients, sure. And then remove the adjective. The black sand of the dunes of ancients. And it can be a picture of a historical figure. The Dark Tragedies is a skunk monster. It is one of the only ones of its kind. An enormous noseless skunk twisted into humanoid form. It belches and croaks. Beware its deadly blood. Bobbets associated with misery. Can't I remember how to spell your name? E-U. Eurypterus. Here's an image of Bobbet Dredge Ditches, the Dark Tragedies, the Skunk Monster, and Eurypterus Dune Copper, the Amber Razor of Obscenence. Obeisance. Obeisance? Obeisance. I don't even know what that word is. A dwarf. Now, what's he stabbing it with? Yeah, literally 10,000 kills that skunk monster has. Stab? Nope. Play? No. Impaled on? Hiding from? Fighting with. There you go. That's what I'll go with. Bow down and worship. Oops. The goblins are praying to Bobbet. Hello, Ryan. How are you? The Black Sand, the Dunes of Ancients, is an image of Bobbet Dredge Ditches, the Dark Tragedies, the Skunk Monster, and Eurypterus, the Dune Copper, the Amber Razor of Obscenence. The Dwarf and Goblins. Eurypterus, the Amber Razor, is fighting with Bobbet Dredge Ditches, and the goblins are praying to Bobbet Dredge Ditches, the Dark Tragedies. I think it's a pretty good one. Good one. Good one. Also, if Eurypterus shows up in our fort, he's becoming our military commander. Because we may have killed 2/3, more than 2/3 of that fortress, but we know he's a grand warrior. All right. Wouldn't that be nice and safe? No, that's boring. Raise your hand in chat if you'd like to be in the first 7 dwarves into this upcoming fort. Ooh, I'm a little jelly of those, but I also have pretty good headphones, so. Just clearing all my notifications on Discord. I'm going to close Discord instead. Hand raising is indeed on point today. All right. Rhinestone, Kibbs, Axon, Quatch, and Marty. Also, Eripterus, you're such a legendary person in this world. I have a feeling you'll probably show up in the fort, so I'm not going to give it to you. Not going to give you one of the first 7. Rhinestone. Axon. I was actually like about to name Axon too in that other fort, and then the loyalty cascade happened. So to those of you who didn't know, last week we started a new fort in this world to kind of make into like a little military camp to then go and like attack Bobet. But we had a loyalty cascade, and we went from 90 dwarves down to 8 in about 2 minutes. So that's an X. Does anybody else want a dwarf? Just raise your hand in chat if you'd like one. Mike on Discord? Who's Mike, and why do you have to mute him? Poor Mike. Mike did nothing wrong. That's funny. No, I've had stuff like that happen where I'll hit a button and yeah. Hey Jess, how's things? For making me go away for a whole day. All right, I do need like 3 more names. So if you'd like to be in this fort, raise your hands. You want to see if you show up? Yeah, no, me too. Riptrus. Hey Arch, you know what? Brahms, there you go. And I'm assuming that Arch wants one. We'll get you in the first migrant wave spots. All right, let's read about a couple dwarfs. Did anybody like clip anything that happened there? Because I might need to go back and do that if nobody did. You just woke up? Good. You actually slept. I've just been like putting off going and doing medical things because I've been sleeping in. Which is like, you know, great for my health. You passed this time? Yeah. Nah, man, open back for life. I can never do noise canceling. Rhinestone is 63 years old. Born on the 12th of limestone in the year 202. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids. And his very long beard is braided, and his hair is clean-shaven. He has a very round chin, and he has a high, clear voice. His nose is extremely short, and his very round chin... wait, what? And he has a very round chin. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is cinnamon, and his skin is raw umber, and his eyes are raw umber, and his lips are slightly thick. He is unquestionably weak, but like sterling silver and green tourmaline, and oriel leather, and the color gold. He personally sees the denial of impulses as vain and foolish, values independence, and values cunning, and does not care about family one way or another. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and takes offered help without feeling particularly grateful. Does not go out his way to help others, and is a friendly individual. And he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is often cheerful, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Although noise canceling probably helpful for where you are, because you live with family, right? For me, like, I just hear the low hum of my AC unit running in the background, which is fine. Also, Squug, your Gobbo is still alive somewhere in this world. Maybe you'll show up again. All right, Axon. She personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Does not particularly care about the truth. dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She has no confidence at all in her abilities and talents, and she lives an orderly and organized life. She does not easily hold on to grievances, and she is stubborn and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She tends to assume the worst. Oh, there you go. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she has a sense of duty. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Well, there you go. You're our doctor. And occasionally overindulges. She enjoys the company of others and has a greedy streak, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. You know, I'm actually just going to give you a few points in being a doctor. Yeah, still same world. Would be a nice change of pace. Yeah, I tend to agree. I didn't realize crutch walking was a skill. Today I learned. All right, so Kibbs, 86 years old, born on the 11th of Malachite in the year 179. He personally deeply values introspection and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and of course dreams of creating a great work of art. I mean, like, loyalty cascades are kind of like cancer. Everything can cause them. So, having dwarves in a room can, Oh, really? Huh. Well, you know, Brahms. Like, just having a lot of dwarves in one room can, cause a loyalty cascade. Somebody tantruming can cause a loyalty cascade. Artifact getting stolen can cause a loyalty cascade. Somebody dying of old age can cause a loyalty cascade. There's lots of things that can. Always a little bit shocking when it does happen. Yo, hey, to anybody who likes doing things with maps in DF, this thing seems neat. I don't think I've ever seen it before. All right. I don't think I actually read your descriptions because I got distracted by chat. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum, and when possible, he tends to be a little tight when working on resources. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to ask others with help for difficult decisions and tends to not reveal personal information. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He can handle stress, and he is stubborn. He is assertive and has a sense of humor. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and he commonly winks as a form of greeting, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. So you, Kibbs, are probably going to be our military dwarf. Captain of the guard. Quatch. She personally finds artwork boring, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, doesn't really value skills related to fighting, but dreams of raising a family, is impervious to the effects of stress, and incredibly brave in the face of imminent danger. Well, you're also joining the military. I don't care if you don't care for skills related to fighting. She is quick to anger, and she has a sense of duty. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She lives a fast-paced life, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She tends to hang on to grievances, and she is stubborn, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. So Quatch and Kibbs join military. He personally sees guile and this is Marty Party. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Values independence and doesn't particularly respect commerce. And has a low sense of self-esteem. And has little time for forgiveness. Will generally seek retribution. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to make a small mess of his own possessions, and is slow to trust others. He doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges, and he has a calm demeanor. He prefers to present himself modestly, and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. and likes to take it easy and holds his breath when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Swords, yes, swords. I'm gonna actually bring some steel with it. Make a couple swords. That. And nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. I've seen a lot of dwarves who like nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. Brahms. She only rarely tries to assert herself in the conversation and can sometimes be cruel, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind, is occasionally can lose focus on the matter of hand. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she has a greedy streak. I have a feeling you're going to be our expedition leader. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Hey, Astro! How you doing? We're starting a new fort in the community world because we died due to ourselves. This is Arch. Like sterling silver, cinnamon, grossier, green glass, and gazelle leather, giant skunk bone, good, and the color red purple, bolts and rabbits for their ability to burrow, and dingo men for their coloration. He has such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what the vulgar being who does not... Wait, what? No matter how the... wait, really? Has such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes the best outcome will eventually occur, no matter what. He is a vulgar being who does not care a lick for even the most basic rules of civilized living. Okay. He is attentive to detail and in his own work, and is generally moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others, and tends to be a bit stubborn when changing his mind about things. And he isn't given to flights of fancy. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he occasionally can overindulge. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and lives a fast-paced life and chews on his lips when he's excited, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm sending this to Sui for reasons. It's just funny. No, too late. Kivikanda? How do you say that name? I feel like I may have asked you that before, but hello. Good to see you. All right, let's just jump over to items. Well, I don't need all of them buckets and crud. I don't really need quivers. I'll keep the pigtail, just because bags are kind of a pain initially. Let's just go to new and type in steel. You know what? Screw it. Let's just bring one. No, not that. That's not the button I was looking for. Where's the metal bars? Why you no let me bring metal bar? I'm upset. Or am I just like glossing over it? That's M. Huh. That's... Are they really 150p a piece? Huh. Eh, screw that shit. For some reason I thought they were cheaper. Quivik. Quivikenda. I can do that, I think. Alright, we'll just bring more. We'll bring an extra battle axe and an extra pick and a bunch of ale. So I don't really see the point of bringing metals. We'll just dig them up. We'll bring a bunch of chickens. And not just bring a bunch of roosters this time like we did last time. Because that was very smart of me. Bunch of hens, one rooster. A borker. 2 kitties. Bring a bunch of prepared donkey heart. And maybe, I don't know, an extra pigtail seed. All right, that'll work. Does it really matter, Edipar? I mean, I guess they're worth more, but sticks and stones. Apples and oranges, doesn't really matter. All right, I mean, I really shouldn't bring the pigtail items to begin with. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I'm just going to bring more alcohol, and I don't really need more alcohol, so it doesn't matter. I don't care about min-maxing, like, at all. It's fine. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Eral Byrim. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. Hopefully you are more lucky than the previous outpost. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the leopard men get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at Babet Geshud, Trifle Fortress. Strike the earth. Oh, that's a big river. Holy shit. It's a pretty spot. What the heck is our wagon made out of? It's a tower cap wagon? There's already combat. The sea lamprey slaps the giant sponge in the body with his tail, lightly tapping the target. But the attack glances away. The giant lamprey slaps the giant sponge in the body with its tail, bruising it. The attack glances away. And something is fighting or spooking my chickens at the very least. All right, let's see. What's alive on the map? Giant oh, brilliant. Fucking giant buzzards. Alligators, snapping turtles. Excellent. Just giant buzzards. That's what's scaring my chickens. Well, All right, let's just look around at what we got. We got those alligator snapping turtles, which are scary as hell. And a waterfall. We also have a waterfall in this map. Okay, that's a pretty badass embark, actually. We got a hell of a chasm. Yes, except these ones are giant. These aren't just fucking turkey vultures. These are big turkey vultures. Like, let's just look at this. That is really sick. It's also kind of a believable looking river, too. Like, that's rare to have, like, a believable looking river. Not even just a river, but, like, a believable looking one. This place is totally fucking badass. Yeah, until somebody falls in. But I agree. You mean, like, going back and forth, kind of like what I have with the other fort? The problem is it's just sand all the way down. Although... found the aquifer. All right, well... means gold on that bend? I mean, it'll be fine, Ryan. All right, so Quatch, Rhinestone, and Arch are going to be the starting military dwarves. Also, Arch, you're the expedition leader. So Rhinestone, Kibbs, and Quatch. I'll get mining. And we're going to try and make this look cool. But we need to get underground quickly, or we're gonna have problems. Because of all those giant fucking turkey vultures. It's gonna be rough. I don't think this... I don't think that this embark's gonna be too bad. But those vultures will be annoying if we leave anything up on the surface, so I won't be able to do a lot of surface stuff in this fort. Which kind of sucks, because I like doing surface stuff, but it's fine. All right, so now I need a dwarf to take wood cutting. We'll also give you carpentry. Looks like we've got a bunch of cacti to chop down. Well, as some trees. No other animals spawning, just the giant buzzards. that a wild horse? Oh, that's one of my horses. Yeah, I'm seeing those buzzards already dive bombing. Spring has arrived. Because of all the dead goblins everywhere and everyone's dressed your poor dwarves out. Ours died because something caused one of my most powerful military dwarves to just simply up and murder everybody. Not entirely certain what, but something did. And now everybody's dead. Except for that dwarf and a few others. Arch, if you're still lurking, I sent it to Sui and her response is, yep, this checks out. Oh, me. I mean, she's not wrong. It does kind of check out. The bright side, sand is one hell of a way to level up your miners real fucking quick. It's only 2 Z levels for the aquifer, so that's fine. An alligator snapping turtle is fighting with my dog and bites the stray dog in the rear leg, tearing the muscle. Poor Pooch! You dumb fucking dog! God damn. Yep. You know, that makes sense. We'll just get wood in here to block this shit up. I don't really care what material we use, as long as we are able to continue mining. That's all that really matters. Because aquifers are significantly less concerning than they used to be. They can still be kind of sketch, but they're not bad. And thinks nothing of martial prowess, says your main dwarf. Oh no. Yeah, you kind of got to be smart with who gets what job, right? You're having some Chinese food? I ate too much yesterday and now I feel sick. I was missing pub food, so I made myself steak and eggs for lunch and kind of overate, and I've been like, ugh, heavy ever since. I think this... What layer is this? It's marble. I think we're going to dig out our meeting area in this area. But go a little... Like, we're going to put most of the fort on this layer. Because this is too fucking pretty to pass up, really. I mean, it's all fucking marble and cool looking. Because I fucking love marble. Marble is one of my favorite stones. Just in general. Prioritize this area here. But being able to encase this whole thing in marble has me very excited. Here come the dwarves constructing the walls. Get this sealed up. Also, heads up, chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Also, thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in, you know? I haven't said this enough today, but this is one of the most niche streams you'll ever find on Twitch, so thank you so much to those of you who've stuck with it and are hanging out and watching, because it means the whole world to me that people tune in and watch this weird stream. So, thanks for letting me do this full time and for watching the streams. Might need to go one layer deeper. Oh, I know why. We'll be fine. We should be able to dig through that. Unless this whole layer is just filled with this shit, in which case then we'll need to dig further down. Yeah, we need to go further. Yeah, this area is all still aquifer, I think. And before Dwarf gets stuck back there. Thanks, Bilek. Oh, I'm glad that people just watch the stuff on YouTube, you know? I mean, I don't watch super long videos on YouTube, so... And I had a lot of people telling me that posting super long videos like that wasn't going to work. But, did I hear about Dwarfer? Maybe? Seems a little out of context. Right, yeah, no, I saw the Reddit post earlier today. Sure. Generally, people, when they pile into a stream, for the first time, they say, "Hello, how are you?" Not, "Have you heard of software?" I mean, I saw the Reddit post. I don't really care. Why? Feel better, B-Lug? It's all good. There we go. We can dig around on this side. It is kind of beautiful. Kind of sucks that the aquifer is still in the layer above, but it is a lovely chasm. So are you stopping because there's water above you? Yeah. There they go. You're in contact with a confirmed case? Oh, that sucks. I don't speak with anybody that aren't my parents because of that. Because I'm at high risk, so if I get sick, I'm in trouble. At least you're not him, that's good. If I find gold? I mean, if I find gold, I'd be kind of sad, because I need to find metals that are useful. Have you been tested, Belug, or is it just like different symptoms, like just general sickness? I mean, you can encrust gear in gold. The gold is very useful. It's just, I don't know. Gold is fun for RPing. It's not super useful though, unfortunately. Yep. Nope, that makes sense. I'm just excited because my little sister is coming over to visit from Quebec, but she's going to have to do the quarantining shit. What do you mean he wants to contact the client and strengthen them out? What do you mean by strengthen in that instance? It's a big mess, especially for anybody who's at risk. And it really, really, really sucks. Our immune system's best defense. I take so many multivitamins, it's not even fucking funny. My poor dogs are just getting harassed by these buzzards. My poor chickens, too. Let's just get all my hens down here while they work on all that stuff down there. That sucks. I mean, it's better to know, right? I wouldn't say it's super low. It's low in young people, but super low is maybe not entirely correct. It's low, but it's not what I would describe as super low. Even without symptoms? That's good. I don't know what the testing clinic regimes are around here because I haven't needed it, fortunately. I've been tested, but I was tested when I was admitted into hospital for other reasons earlier in the year. I got the old school test. That is a big fucking buzzard. It's a giant capital B. Motherfuckers. Also, Ravens? Christ. Yeah, this is going to be a hide inside and don't ever go outside fort. Because holy hell. Actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to put the Mason shops down here. All right, Arch, you can have masonry whenever you decide to wake up. Arch and Brahms. Bum, bum. Let's get both of them making blocks. Bum, 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 bum. Let's get 2 doors done first. There was one day, it was actually the hottest day we've had this year, where I was supposed to get an eye doctor's appointment. I drove down, or my mom drove me down, so I didn't have to go on public transit. And on the way back, my, or on the way down, it was really fucking hot. It was like 38 degrees Celsius outside. And for here, that's ridiculously hot. And we're sitting in a hot car all the way down. Enjoy your lurks, Suey. We're sitting in a hot car all the way down. When we get down there, I had to do a temperature test, get into my eye doctor's appointment, and I failed it 4 times. They told me to go get COVID tested, and they're like, oh, you might have COVID-19. I'm like, it's literally the fact that I'm having an anxiety attack and also the fact that it's so fucking hot outside. Get home, walk in my house, calm down. Within 20 minutes, it's fine. It's fun. Because having an anxiety attack can literally raise your temperature. Kind of was, but kind of can't blame him at the same time. Are you still in my game? No, everybody died. I have pretty severe anxiety, and anxiety can do many things. Up to and including raise your body temperature. Actually, Sui, you're still in the other fort. You're not in this world anymore. You're in the Millennium Fort still. You're not in this world. So, like, when you're getting all stressed out because you have 2 nurses freaking out about the fact that your body temperature is high. Yeah, let's just say that that just kind of adds to the load, right? I have 2. I have type 1 diabetes, yes. I am a type 1 diabetic. I have anxiety, mild depression, which can spat into really bad spurts of depression. Probably bipolar because one of my siblings is. So, who knows what the fuck's wrong with me? Actually, what's wrong with me? Yes is generally the response I give people, but... Yep, the stabby finger prickies. Do I have really smart parents? My parents are fucking incredible. My mother runs a school for young children. Like, my parents are great. I don't know what the fuck I'd do without my parents. Have oddball shit in their DNA. I don't know how to take that, but I think you might want to watch your wording with discussions like that very carefully, because you might offend people, but I disagree. Like I said, I disagree. Because you'd have to know my entire extended family for that to be even remotely relevant. And put simply, not even close. Yeah. Not even close. Like, I realize you're not intending to offend, but just be careful with sentences like that. Lock these doors. Let's have lockable doors, because this area is spooky. Well, I mean, it's not spooky, but giant fucking birds are scary. But yeah, just saying, like, are your parents intelligent? Okay, well, there might be something wrong with you. It's like, there's something wrong with everybody. Some of us just have it worse than others. It's got nothing to do with relative intelligence. Intelligence is based off of upbringing. So genetics does not equal intelligence. I mean, if anything, the fun with type 1 diabetes is it can run in a lot of people's families. But you don't fucking know, because 80 years ago, 60 years ago, 50 years ago even, someone may have had a kid that just kind of weirdly died that nobody really talked about and never really got written down or had a lot of photos taken of them because they died real young, which generally is what happened with type 1 diabetics 50, 60 years ago. So there's that. And issues like I have with my eyes can be so minor that no one even fucking notices. No, you don't need to explain what you meant. I understand exactly what you meant, but as somebody who is intelligent and completely and totally, utterly fucked genetically, I want to hit you versus what you said, right? So it's not even a matter of what you said offends. It's, I disagree with what you said. I mean, I'm not going to ban you. You didn't mean to be rude. You meant to spread information, and it's information that I vehemently disagree with. Because I know incredibly broken people that aren't intelligent in the slightest. And I know incredibly intelligent people that are the perfection of health. Genetics does not equal general intelligence. I will never agree with you on that. How did those walls not get dug up? Mm-hmm. I agree with both of those statements. TLDR, I'm fucking broken and will be blind in under 10 years. So, enjoy the streams while they last. Also, Morganite. What the heck was Morganite? No, that's Magnetite, not Morganite. Ah, the gems. I don't know, the sky's orange, Suey. So, yeah. More pink. It's kind of orange. Or at least there's orange light coming into my apartment. Kind of pretty, actually. Few things are prettier than forest fire moons. What's Arch doing to you? I mean, he's telling you to go away, right? You need to man up and grow some balls and fight back. I'm not here to moderate you two. You two can moderate each other. This fight's above me. This... I mean, he's a paying subscriber. You're not. So he obviously has more, like, power in the back. What's ironic is it got gifted to him. You're my team member? Yeah, and? What does that mean? What does that have to do with anything? Just because you're in my stream team, am I supposed to stand up for you? Oh, wait, crap. All right, Arch, stop being mean to Stewie. Stewie, quit bitching. We all good? No? Okay. Well, then, see, I tried. You're a happy place. To be fair, Arch chats here more often than you do. Make a bunch of tables. A bunch of chairs. It is true, he does sleep here. He falls asleep watching my stream all the time, which means I guess it says something about my stream. Means your family, but not the supportive sort? No, I see. I just believe in trial by fire and think people should just grow up. We're in late spring. Do. How are we doing on burbs? Those giant sponges. Giant sponges are kind of terrible. Terrifying. You ever get caught in when you're dead? I mean, Squug's got that 39-month sub. Oh, dear. Hey, Metroid. How you doing? Oh, blaming your failures on me. It's getting real, Arch. It's getting real. We had to start a new fort, Metroid, because the other one kind of killed itself. One of my soldiers just went a little batshit and murdered everybody. Like, everybody. Like, got 100 and something notable kills out of it. Community world. That means that it's a public world that anybody can just go download, basically. And we're kind of pulling apart the legends as a group. Oh, that's O. I was like, what the heck? And we'll put a food stockpile along here. So wait, Arch, do I need to put the chat in slow mode? Like, it's starting to look like a combat log in here. One of these days, I need to just give both of you swords and just let you fight it out. Let's try and ban each other. Good luck. You know what you really need to do? You need to open up Smash Brothers, right? And then pit 2 level 1 AIs against each other and just name one Sui and the other one Arch and see who wins. We'll settle this in Smash. I'm gonna go fight Sui and DMs. Alright. But yeah, no, if you'd like the download link, Metroid, just let me know. We can get that up to you. Do 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 do. Build beds and tables and will the stream go for a bit? You need to go over to your parents' place to present some food offerings to the Fiend Light Overlord. Okay, I mean, depends. It's 4 p.m. here. I'll probably go till at least 5. I mean, how long have I been streaming? 2 hours and 44. I'd probably go for at least 8 hours today. I mean, at least another hour. Of DF, and then after that I'll probably switch to some Jupiter Hell because they put out a bunch of hot fixes. There were some pretty major bugs with grenades in that release, including making them explode in your hand instead of being thrown, which was hilarious for a minute until I killed myself twice in a row with grenades. So I'd like to play some of that, so probably do a little bit of that. So I might be on a different game, but yes, I will probably still be streaming, assuming you're back within 2 hours. As we set up these small tables and stuffs. A bit too much, actually. Well, if you ever want to pick through Legends and go read some stuff, or if you want to read the stuff that's been posted on my Discord, it's been kind of fun and a collaborative effort, that's all. But I agree. I think most of the people who have actually played in that world have played in different parts of the world. I don't think anybody's really playing My Embarks. I think a lot of people have just kind of made adventurers and gone exploring. Okay. And doesn't eat you instead? Yeah, well, best of luck. Best of luck against the feline overlord. Yeah. Look through some of the amazing history we've discovered in this world. Or don't. I mean, it's totally up to you. It's one of those, like, it's there if you want it. I mean, if you just go look in the DF talk room, Dwarf Fort talk room, and scroll up, if you see like these massive walls of text, like a lot of this stuff is all from that world. So all of this stuff, like all these different stories that we share, is mostly that world. So there's like a few Google Docs and other things bouncing around with stuff that we've found in this world. And it's pretty fun to follow. At least I've been having a lot of fun with it, so. Also, I kind of feel like without Legends mode, DF really wouldn't be DF. Legends mode is kind of what makes Dwarf Fortress, in my opinion. Do, 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 do. Let's go a little deeper. Go down to layer 15. We'll do some mining. Try and find stuff once we hit that layer. I know some people have also had a lot of fun watching the Today in Dwarf Fortress videos that I've put out about this world. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, Legends mode, I think, is one of the more underappreciated modes of the game. I mean, I think that there's probably something to be said for... I think that there's probably something to be said for adventure mode as well in that regard, but I think a lot of people kind of overlook the awesome that is Legends. Also, this is such a fucking cool embark. Like, look at it. We've got this waterfall and this giant river at the bottom of it. Like, look at that shit. That is so fucking cool. I'm glad you're enjoying them, if even just a little bit, you know? Like, this is such a fucking cool embark. And it's actually... There's no, like, dumb right angles or anything ridiculous in it. Like, it's actually kind of a believable flow for a river. Like, look at that. I don't know. It's just super cool. Like, we managed to actually have a cooler embark than the last one. That died very prematurely. Or if they're still bringing stuff inside. That king was an elf. Yep. Mm-hmm. Legends mode is where a lot of the fun comes from. Well, it's certainly where a lot of the flavor comes from. That's a little early for some migrants. Although, I'm immediately... Oh, hey, Cyrolac arrived. Here comes Olon, a brewer who dreams of mastering a skill, and the skill was realized. So Olon, I think, can be... Who wants to be this legendary brewer who just showed up at our fort? Any takers? Welcome to the Fortress, Metroid. You killed a few goblins. And you also fought at Meta Stubbs, which is a rite of passage in this world. And you killed a bunch of trolls. She is basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, and almost never sick. She personally finds the acquisition of power abhorrent would have all masters toppled. Is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. She was one of our previous dwarves. She pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters, and she becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. She dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. Is conflicted by this for more than one reason, preferring to keep her own counsel. She very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, is a bit foolhardily, and can be a bit wasteful when working on projects. She has a calm demeanor and it often occasionally overindulges and doesn't seek out excitement and is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this as she dislikes the natural world. You have milling and brewing. We'll also give you butchery. And Max shows up and immediately tantrums. Great. Well, you guys can all leave. I'm just going to expel any upset dwarves. Cybrek, the fish cleaner. You have a bunch of kills at Diverth. You're a competent axe dwarf. You can join the military, and you can be Balinor. She is 123 years old, born on the 9th of Obsidian in the year 143. We have a lot of family. A lot of aunts and uncles and nieces and cousins. Shit tons of cousins. You have a lover and a few deities. Killed 5 goblins in Dive Earth, 1 troll in Menestubs, and you also fought and trusted channeled. She is swayed by emotional appeals and only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, almost never feels discouraged, and she is often nervous. Is quite polite and finds out helping others to be emotionally rewarding, has a greedy streak, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She can handle stress, or she doesn't handle stress well, and she clicks her tongue when she's consistently when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. But you're such a good military dwarf. I just can't not give you a military position. We're going to make this into a tavern. Inn/tavern. The Laborious Nut. Yeah, you know, I think we're going to stick with that. Tragic Rumors and the Laborious Nut. How about the... Tragic Temple? The Tragic Abbey. There you go. The Tragic Abbey. Our inn/tavern is called the Laborious Nut. And read about all of the jurists in the world. All right, so we now have 11 dwarves. We have 1 unnamed dwarf if somebody would like one. The darkly tragic Abbey? I mean, I was thinking Tragic Abbey just because somebody just died there. Also, Tragic Abbey is my new emo band. We gave you a dwarf already, Balinor. I dwarfed you. How big is the fort right now? I mean, we just started. We have 11 dwarves. We just started. God, I'm so tired of my eyes just fucking watering all the time. You didn't notice? Yeah, we named you. You are an axe dwarf fish cleaner who currently has no work, but I'm going to give you some farming tasks. After you're done praying. We've dug into schist. Pigtails, plumps, plump helmets, and pigtails. And you can be plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets. But nothing here. I can put my kitchens over here. Bum, 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 bum. So you know what? Someone was asking me if we could have stuff like hanging out and over the edge here. How about we build outwards and build like a room kind of sticking out from this area and put a roof on top of it. He just needs to become adulterous. All dwarves are adulterous. I mean, we had a dwarf or actually we have a dwarf in the last fort that has like a husband and like has had about 5 different lovers, some of which have died, and just keeps getting more lovers. It's quite funny. This could be fun, visually. Maybe not the most productive, but... And then we can actually dig out on this side. And have this as kind of like a little balcony area. This is kind of a neat idea already. I'm already enjoying the look of this. I'm out of coffee. I'm gonna go get me some water. We'll be back in a mo. Don't go anywhere fast. And if you're looking, can I give a round of beers in the chat? Be back in a sec. I'm sorry, what, Marty? Need to go to sleep soon. C'est la vie. It's part of life. Sleeping, that is. Let's just get all this stuff constructed. Oh, I like how I immediately just like instinctively go in demolish the wood platform I made, even though I literally need it to finish constructing what I'm constructing. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of that, and get rid of that. Please don't fall. I mean, no, totally. We can totally build like an above ground tower or something on the Black Sands. Certainly. And if we're going to do that, we have to do that before the fuck just happened? Like, what the actual fuck just caved in? Can someone explain to me what I just caved in? I'm not actually sure what just caved in. But it doesn't look like anybody died, so we're fine. Oh, it must have been a corner piece. Did I have like a corner piece there? Must have been that. Whoops. Don't do that again. Yep. Must have been a corner piece. Whoops. I don't know how I missed that. I should have seen that coming. You thought you'd be playing right now? Streaming setup. What kind of streaming do you mean? You mean like just streaming on Twitch? Are you trying to do something weird with it? The streaming's pretty plug and play in 2020. All right, let's deconstruct that still. Put a still over here. A second still over here. A kitchen, butcher shop, and a tanner shop. Kind of thinking we have like a tower kind of coming out of the side of this area. I'm thinking it could look pretty cool. We also need to move those chickens underground. Move them down here. Yeah, no, I'm certainly open for ideas if anybody has any ideas on things I should construct. But I kind of have an idea right now. That's gonna be a little bit gaudy, but could be really fucking cool if I do it right. Basically, I'm thinking about kind of building this white tower kind of out into this area and just kind of building a kind of a courtyard up here and then building upwards with it. So basically just constructing like a tower on the side of that big old chasm and building upwards. Oh, okay, so you are trying to do weird stuff with it. Good to know. That makes a lot more sense if you're trying to do weird things with it. Oh, that's why there's no seeds down here, is because seeds are allowed in here. There you go. Let's get those moved. Do, 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 do. But that sucks that it's not working. I hope you can get it working. Project's not working like that can be kind of frustrating. What games are you planning on playing? If I can ask. The problem is I have a feeling that this awesome white structure that we're building is going to end up covered in vomit. Heads up, chat. Investments are open. You know, chat, I'm going to ask you a question. So, there is I think fad is maybe the wrong word to use. There is a trend amongst streamers. And I've been seeing it more and more and more recently because they're so successful to do 24/7 streams of things. And dedicate whole channels to that. Like, I know a channel that I used to watch a whole lot and really enjoy that now is just a 24/7 stream of her ferrets. Another channel that I used to watch years ago and used to subscribe to recently started doing a 24/7 licensed music stream for the music in their video game. Should I feel ripped off? Or betrayed? Because I kind of do. It's like, I used to really enjoy a specific type of content that they created on those channels. And used to subscribe to it. And then they changed their channels so drastically that I just go and unfollow. I don't know, it feels weird. I mean, I know people who've done stuff like that. CCX, and I know it can be very tedious. Let's just make our downstairs here. Make them out of blocks so that they're easier to see. Just wandering around the city. Seems kind of relaxing. I mean, it's financially good. I mean, one of the most profitable 24/7 channels is literally just a stream of somebody's chicken coop. And the thing makes hundreds of dollars a day. And people cheering and tipping to throw food at the chickens. I wouldn't say it's cringy, but I don't know, man. It's like, it's just kind of, it's fine to me, like, if you make a channel just for that, but transforming another channel into that just feels weird to me, and I don't like it. Like, I can't hate on people for making a channel for that. Like, if you want to make a channel for a 24/7 broadcasts of a thing, do that. Why not? Virtual petting zoo, basically. No, there hasn't been a 24/7 DF stream. It's been gone for a while, actually. It's been... Say said has been dead for a few weeks now. Not sure why. But yeah, no, that's different. You know, making a channel specifically for that thing, I have no problems with that. It's when you take a channel that was something else and then take that audience and turn it into that other thing. It weirds me out a little bit when people do that. Yeah, it's been gone for a bit. Not like anybody really watched it. It was kind of interesting to look at the 24/7 DF stream, but yeah, exactly. It's like at the end of the day, I know that it's the very popular thing on Twitch is to say, "Oh, well, you owe your audience nothing." I agree with that. I do think that the streamer owes their audience nothing. But it still weirds me out when people do that. Like, it's totally up to the streamer to change the content of it, of their channel, without notice if they want to. But the whole, oh, it's now a 24/7 channel thing weirds me out. There's a social contract? What, a social contract to produce a certain type of content on a channel? Is that what you're saying? I don't know if I'd even go that far. This is a really fucking cool looking fortress already. And we haven't even really started. Like, my channel has changed drastically over the years, you know? The types of games I stream has changed. But it's still just me streaming. And of course, I've experimented with weird things on and off. Like, for example, if there was a channel that was like a streamer streaming, but the, I don't know, 16 hours a day or whenever they're not streaming, it's just a 24/7 stream of their, I don't know, hamster. I could kind of get into that because it's like, oh, well, most of the time you're this person, but then certain times of the day you're a hamster stream. That's kind of cool. But like, if you streamed a specific type of like educational content and then pull a trigger and now we're just a music stream, it's like, come on. Like, you used to make something really cool and you're just kind of throwing that away. Never been a fan of that. Comes down to the person as much as the game, 50-50. Oh yeah, no, totally. A streamer can play a very boring game, but have an audience for it. And a streamer could also play a very entertaining game and be boring as hell. Like, there is an element of skill to streaming and actually retaining an audience. And some people just don't have it. Like, I know some people who have been streaming on Twitch for 8+ years that never gained an audience, even though they've had many opportunities and chances to. They just never retained viewers, and it sucks. I mean, I have an advantage, Brian, right? I have the biggest Dwarf Fortress stream. The most active Dwarf Fortress. People are generally tend to click on the highest viewed channel. I know that generally for certain people, there is a kind of an upper threshold of the highest numbers of viewers that they're willing to watch. Like, I've had many people tell me, it's like, well, Blind, if you start getting more than 200 people watching, I'm going to stop watching. And I've had people tell me that they don't watch my stream if I have more than 50 people watching and only tune in when I have lower numbers because they like to, for lack of a better term, like to be the center of attention. And that's a very common thing for a lot of people. Because I have too many viewers? I mean, the reality is my chat's quiet enough that it doesn't seem like I have that many viewers. How is the fort? It died, so we made a new one. The community world has had some turmoil. Autumn has come. I should probably set up trading. Yeah. I mean, I have a friend named Sarah who I adore. She's fantastic. And I've watched her on and off for 4 or 5 years now. She actually started watching me first way back when. But she does primarily like Kingdom Hearts and RPG stuff. Genres of games I never will play, but don't mind watching. And her chat got, her stream got so fucking popular when Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. I have to be in there and actively responding to people for a couple of minutes for her to even say hi. Because she just doesn't see me. Wait, what do you feel attacked by? What? I always feel attacked, don't worry. Every minute of every day. Constantly feel attacked. Arch. You can have architecture. Texture. That was a bad pun. Let's also give it the Quatch. Can have architecture as well. Architecture, yeah. I tried to make a pun out of Arch's name. It just didn't work. But then again, at the same time, there are streams like my friend Cringer. Cringer, whoa, what the fuck is that? Oh. That's cool. Person with the wings and head of a monarch butterfly. His triton is orange and his eyes are black. Futurama butterfly man? Yeah, kinda. Got a bunch of butterfly men and women. Interesting. Sounds like something from a horror film. Save me! Help me! Help me! I don't think I've ever seen a butterfly person before. Although it does kind of sound like a horrible crossbreed of sorts. That's kind of badass, not gonna lie. Kind of badass. Those honeybees? Oh, bumblebees, not honeybees. Stray cat has given birth to kittens and the takeover begins. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that any streamer is completely or has to be completely loyal to their fans or viewers, but to me, I think that there's kind of an unwritten rule, at least for hyper-experimental 24/7 streams and stuff like that. Or rather, I think that there's kind of an unwritten rule with Twitch where if you as a broadcaster decide to completely change the content that you do, you either A, make a new channel, or B, don't do it permanently. Oh god, giant ticks. These things are horrible. These things will just insta-gib a dwarf if they get on top of them. Can you do that with monarch butterfly people? Or with animal people in general? Metroid, you're actually going to be our manager and bookkeeper and all that stuff. At least that's how I see it. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I don't know. I could kidnap him and sell him. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. All right, so that's going to be assigned to Metroid, our manager. Set that to all counts accurate. Kitchen isn't set up yet. Tanner's shop isn't, but the stills are. An outpost liaison has arrived, and so has a caravan. Don't really have anything I can trade with them. Except for like some stone blocks. Maybe some mugs? I don't know. You know, actually, let's throw some mugs at them. They can just have our mugs. We'll make more mugs. No, totally. I mean, like, you can overhaul your channel, but I've always just kind of felt that if you're going to do something hyper-experimental, make a new channel for it. Like, if you're going to run some sort of weird 24/7 stream, to me, that's so different. Like, unless it's, like, unanimous from the community that that's what they want, which maybe that's the case. Maybe you should, like, you know, get that input first, you know? I don't know. It's a weird conversation. It's similar to, like, stuff with a lot of sponsorships. It's like if... It's weird to me if a streamer says they're not going to do something or claims they're going to do something for a really long time and then immediately flips the switch and stops doing it. Without saying it. No, selling out's a completely different thing. Also, I think that the term selling out is fucking moronic. And is super dated and shouldn't be used. I think you put a lot of words in my mouth, Brian. And I don't like it very much. Zulban Doran Fikot. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Well, I'll give you an idea, right? My channel is focused on games that I'm interested in. Just happen to really like Dwarf. But here's the thing. I've also kind of always had a internal feeling that if I am making enough money to live and get by, I shouldn't fill my stream up with ads if I can avoid it. I do the occasional bit of sponsored content, but it's minimal at best. Not even remotely close to something I could live off of. I could change the entire channel into sponsored content, more or less, and make a fuckload more money doing this. But to me, I am paid by people to play video games for a living. I'm not paid by people to go out and find people to pay me to play video games for a living. I know some people that are totally okay with that. If I suddenly, and I've always kind of worked with that ethos, if I suddenly flipped on that, that's not selling out. It's lying. You know? So if one day to the next, I just suddenly did sponsored content every single day and took on a whole bunch of sponsors, that would be me lying for the past few years. I don't think selling out necessarily exists. Selling out is a term that audience members created for people that go become corporate. I really dislike the term selling out because it's not actually accurate. For me, selling out would be like selling my stream to a big sponsor and letting them run it, and me not taking part in it. That would be selling out. It's a terrible term, but people will use it, and people will continue using it, and it doesn't really bother me, but it's one of those, like, you really have to use that term? It's just kind of shit. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. But yeah, that's why I'm saying it feels like you're putting words in my mouth, right? So by saying, I think you're trying to describe selling out, it's like, no, I'm not. I'm trying to describe that I wish more people who did this for a living had a sense of value to their craft. You know? Like, it bothers me when somebody promises they're going to do a thing one way, says they're going to do one thing one way for a really long time, and then suddenly does it in a different way. And completely changes all that and flips on it. And just, like, from one day to the next, just like, no, not doing this anymore. That's what bothers me. What do you require? What do you have of our merchants? What do you wish that we... what do you... I can't read. This fucking smoke is making my eyes hurt. Wait, nah. I'm gonna ask for leather and cloth the first year. Yeti leather. It's oddly specific. It's a comfy night. I mean, I wish it didn't smell like a campfire in my apartment, but yeah, it's very comfy. Basically, when you say, I think you're trying to describe something without saying it, you're trying to put the words selling out in my mouth. I actually had somebody do that to me the other day in a meeting. I was having a meeting with someone who could potentially set my stream team up with sponsors that I may or may not take part in. We'll see. Unlikely. And usually I don't. But I will still try and get those deals for my teammates. And this person kept on pitching, you know, do a lot of ads for mobile games. And I basically stated it's like, hey, there are certain types of games that I will not promote on my stream. We've finalized the import agreement. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. We have finalized the export agreement. Arch, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Thank you, dwarves. There are certain types of games I will not promote in any fashion, ever. In fact, I actively talk down on certain types of games. Free-to-play mobile games. Cheap free PC games. Asset flip games. Games that are so bad they're good. There are so many amazingly well-made games in this world. Imagine there's a huge overlap between people who watch DF and the people who put money into mobile games. Probably. Well, I mean, Hobo puts money into mobile games. That is missing verbiage, which needed to be properly convey the idea. Yeah, I agree. White code. There are certain types of games I won't promote here. Flat out. Doesn't matter how good the money is. Never will matter how good the money is. I just will not do it. So we're going to trade all of that for a gem. Just to get first year trading in. But yeah, there are certain types of games that I will not support. Doesn't matter. Does not matter how good the game is in its specific genre. You bought coins in Pokemon? Pokemon Go is kind of a weird one, though, because Pokemon Go is kind of just a good excuse to go for a walk. But there are plenty of types of games that I just won't promote here. Has noticed that I'm being held hostage? Or I'm getting sued and desperately need money. Yeah, basically. If I do an ad for Raid Shadow Legends, like, send me a DM and ask if I'm okay. Or call the cops. Oh, shit. Where'd that giant tick go? Oh, it's over on the other side of the map. Oh, it's trying to get to us. And can't. You would need mobile games? Fair. No, Quatch, you just got spooked by it. It's on the other side of the river and can't get across, so we're okay. Not build too far into the void. Yeah, no, there's scary things on the other side. That's for sure. But then on the flip side, I know some people who don't have those morals and will just promote anything in exchange for a paycheck, because that guy that I was talking to in that meeting that I mentioned basically stated, you know, he looks at doing an ad as like being a paid actor. And my response to that, he's like, well, you know, an actor takes acting gigs, and that's how you pay the bills. That's how you put food on the table, is by taking acting gigs. And he's like, and this is just an acting gig. My response to that is, well, my face is my brand, and I don't want my brand to be associated with a shitty game, just like I don't want, an actor wouldn't want to be associated with a shitty movie. A shitty movie can wreck your career. Advertising shitty games can make you look like somebody who has no sense of value for their broadcast. So, is it a question of selling out? No. It's a question of, is this something that's worth promoting with something that I worked so hard to build? You know, people laugh at successful actors that go bankrupt and have to be in any movie that they're offered a part in. Oh, Nicolas Cage. Cough. Regardless of how good of an actor they are. But I mean, mobile games are an easy one to, Did they ever actually officially leave? No, just that one dwarf got spooked. Yeah, they're still there for trading. Interesting. What kind of wild animals are around? Giant flies. Oh, God. I mean, you're not incorrect, but the types of sponsorships that I've been offered, no. Not really. Generally, that's not how paid content works on Twitch. Like, that's how they often work in other forms of paid promotion, but on Twitch specifically, it's generally just play this game for an hour and try and convince a bunch of people to install it. Oh, no, trust me. I'm simply stating mobile games are a very easy thing to say that I won't promote. Obviously, there are great mobile games out there. Like, Monument Valley is one of my favorite games ever made. Space Plan was a mobile game I played. I own the soundtrack on vinyl, so it's probably okay, right? There's certainly mobile games that I like. Certainly. But you know what I'm referring to when I say most types of mobile games that are popular. It's Dwarf Fortress. This game's buggy, Pilot Guy. Just because you made a fortune doesn't mean you know how to manage money. Yeah. I mean, TLDR, just don't fucking buy a pyramid. Or multiple mansions. DF mobile version win? I mean, you kind of already can do that. But it's like many things. You kind of don't really want that. Although Tarn did state in in the recent DF talk that we're kind of heading in that direction anyway, which scares me. Yeah, that's the thing that lets you remote play DF, right? I don't know. I think I'm spoiled. I'm one of those lucky ones on this site who has a pretty successful Patreon, all things considered. I have a community that is supportive enough that I can pay bills and do this. And that is failed. Not a lot of people are in that position. They're telling stories. What story are you telling? I mean, that could be said about most of the worst games on the platform, you know? Well, Valerie. It's an interesting spelling. I think I got that right. Am I right? Example, Ridiculous Fishing is a fantastic mobile game. But there are so many perfectly good examples of games that do a very good job using their platform, and because of that are absolutely horrendous. You know? Clash of Clans is an incredibly well-made game. It's an incredibly well-made game, and probably one of the most important games to come out in the last decade. And because of that, it's a nightmare. Also, I need another light on. It's a little dark in here. Back in a sec. So, it's tricky. Because on one hand, some of the best games on the platform, some of the best games on mobile platforms are games like Pokemon Go. You can't do Pokemon Go on any other platform. It doesn't work. Polytopia is a fantastic example of a good mobile game. Yeah. But for every Polytopia, you have 100 Lords Mobile, you know? For every really good, well-made game that has a fair business model and takes advantage of the platform that it's on, you have a dozen... Polytopia actually just got a PC release, didn't it? You have hundreds, not thousands, of awful clones with unlimited money and a lot of money-grabby shit. And it sucks. It really, really sucks. And so for me, I would rather make less money doing this and be fully self-funded and feel good about the stuff I make than make a lot more money doing this and feel terrible about what I do. I mean, I've played a number of really good mobile games over the years. More migrants have arrived. Clash of Clones. That's the Star Wars tie-in that's coming next year. I can feel it. Just like browser games? No, totally. But they are a style of game that is on a marketplace. And that's just kind of a fact. Have I seen Pixel Dungeon? Sorry, that's too generic. Bounced off my head. Maybe. Have you seen incredibly generic name? I don't know, maybe. Giant buzzards have returned. Brilliant. Have I ever played a fight game? Anything like Stick Fighter? On Newgrounds back in the day? Yes, white code. We've had giant buzzards, giant ticks, giant sponges, various fish. Hey, Adra. We had monarch butterfly men and women. Yeah, it's been fun. We're up to 14 dwarves. John Wynn. Uh-huh. I don't even know how we got on this topic. I think we were talking about selling out. But yeah, no, to me, I guess to kind of wind back to where this topic started, what I consider to be selling out is doing something you wouldn't do and your audience wouldn't like for the sake of making money. If nobody in the comments out of protest, if the streamer or creator does something the audience is indifferent about for the sake of making money, it doesn't matter, in my opinion. So as long as the creator who's getting paid for their work is okay and the audience is also okay, then in my opinion, it's fine. And it's only an issue if one of two parties doesn't like what's being. Although I still fucking hate playing games on my phone. I don't care how good they are. And I've played many games on my phone and I've just sat there and dreamed about there being a PC port. Because I can't stand playing games on my fucking phone. I never will like it. It's like most of those games that you listed off in that sentence have PC ports. I'd rather play them all on PC, CCX. Or I could just not and play games that are meant for PC. Games. I hate running an Android emulator. I've run BlueStacks to do things in the past, and I fucking hate it. It's so bad. You feel like you see that with music a lot? Well, with music, in the music industry, selling out's a lot easier. It really is, though. Music industry selling out would be changing your music style specifically to sell more albums. Or making your music more approachable and understandable just to sell more. Like, any games that I have to play for an extended period of time on my phone bother me. I'm totally fine with short experience on my phone. Most of my favorite phone games are games that you sit down and it's over in 30 minutes, and it's like a 30-minute little contained experience. With shady links. ShadyURL.com. Pilot. Lets you play old DOS games on your Android. I think that would work for point-and-click adventures. Most of those other games would have, like, UX that's too small IMO, but I mean, if it works. It's a younger generation thing. People, as humans, we are forgetting how to be patient and be quiet. And this is partially a social media problem, I think. But it's also got something to do with the way we consume media. And it's making it easy to forget how to just be quiet and live in your own head. And I'm very much guilty of that. So people need something constantly to be entertaining them, especially younger generations, and it's terrifying. No, coffer. No, absolutely terrifying. Indeed, Valor. The fact that that crap is needed in the first place is what scares me, Brian. That's what scares me in the first place. One of the reasons I'm so fucking happy I don't have children. And I kind of don't envy anybody who does. It's one of those, like... I hope that it works out, because it's... I wouldn't want to have to raise me 20 years ago. And I can't imagine raising me now. Like, back in the day, my family had fucking dial-up internet, and, like, actual connectivity was minimal. And I look at, like, just the existence of these fucking things in 2020, and it scares me. But... yeah, no, exactly. Like, I mean, I spent years of my life on the computer playing offline art, like, racing games and little replaying shooters that I owned and, you know, stuff like that. And, like, in comparison to what kids play these days, it's nothing. It's nothing. Age of Empires, yeah. No, like, the number of, like, custom maps I made in Age of Empires, I just... let's actually just kind of dig out a little cavernous layer for funsies. Dad was like, was the internet when you were little? Oh, what was the internet like when you were little? Dial-up sounds. Sorry, it took me a second to realize you were typing in dial-up sounds. I thought you were typing in Hobo's old sound command. I was like, skibbity doop wop wop. What? God, Dark Forces 2 was so fucking cool back in the day. Man. They don't make Star Wars games like they used to. Star Wars games used to be Quake clones. Actually, did that game run in the Quake engine? I might be wrong there. Doom engine. I am in possession of the very first video game I ever played. It's, Floopy. I mean, I read it as floppy, but Floopy's better. Used a Jedi engine? Can we make cars that run on Jedi engines? That's kind of awesome, actually. Which was developed specifically for the video game. Man, back when video games were hard to make. Now you can just buy Game Maker and just be like, let's put some assets that we bought on the internet in, some pre-baked code, sell it on Steam. Done in 2 weeks. I think it works. Might be beatable, hopefully. It wasn't the best. No, it wasn't. I mean, video games should be easier to make now. That it did. It's been a couple of years. These dwarves are doing good work. I hope that this fort is more successful than the last one, because fucking hell, it's a cool biome. Like, just this black volcanic sand everywhere. The massive chasm. The roaring river at the bottom, filled with giant intelligent sponges that just wish to grab hold and hug. Massive stream falling over into a huge basin at the bottom. Hey, cheers, Jamie. Community World kind of got wrecked, so we had to make a new one. Well, we had to make a new fort. So we've got this badass embark for next week. How old is this? 3 hours? Maybe? But we'll be going back to the Millennium World tomorrow. I feel like I've seen this series. I've seen that series. I've watched almost every single one of those. I really like the one that they did on, I think it's the War Stories series, where they talk about on my Homeworld, the Homeworld franchise, and how they actually made those fucking games work. That stuff's magical. Yeah, Trifle Killer's self-destructed. Do I stream DF's adventure mode often? No. I stream it infrequently. I have done adventure mode, but my big problem with adventure mode is, while it's cool and can add a lot of really interesting storytelling, it just makes me really want to play Caves of Cud. So I usually will play DF adventure mode as just kind of a supplementary thing to go back and visit old forts. But the problem that I have generally is I'll do that for one stream, and then the next time I stream, instead of even playing DF, I would just go play Caves of Cud. In fact, Caves of Cud is almost as old as DF. It's been in development almost as long. You hadn't heard of Caves of Cud? You'd never heard of Caves of Cud? My God. Caves of Cud is a science fantasy roguelike RPG epic set in the far future in a world that is deeply simulated, richly cultured, and rifled with sentient plants. Come inhabit this exotic world and chisel through a layer cake of 1,000-year-old civilizations. Play the role of a mutant from salt-spangled jungles of Cud, or play as a truekin, descendant from one of those few remaining ecodomes. Dig a tunnel anywhere in the world and purchase rare books from an albino ape mare. Contract a fungal infection and grow glowing mushrooms on your hands. Charm a goat into joining you and then give him a shotgun and chainmail to equip. Clone yourself and mind control the clone. Hack off your own limbs and eat them for sustenance. That's Caves of Cud. I describe it as like psychotic post-apocalypse drug-fueled Alice in Wonderland. Here's actually a really good description of what it's like to play Caves of Cud. I say really good because I made it. So it might be terrible, but in my mind, it's amazing. In my mind, it's amazing. So here's my 2-minute video of what's it like playing Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud. It's only early game stuff, so there isn't even any spoilers in that video. But it's what I want DF Adventure Mode to be one day. And they had the programmer for Caves of Cud on the most recent DF talk. So if you want to listen to Tarn and Brian talk, you can. Brian Becklew. I just saw a dwarf have a panic attack. What? Okay. Does it also have a non-HP based combat system? No, it does have an HP based combat system. But you can have limbs chopped off. And you can have various mutations that are very exciting. As it says, you can grow mushrooms on your body. You can even eat them sometimes. It has a much better cooking system. It has a fucking incredible system that allows it to literally generate entire books. Granted, they're word vomit, but they're still entire books. I cut somebody else's face off and then wore their face. Yeah. George Lucas wants to know your location. Well, the person was friends with the monkeys, and I got a positive reputation with monkeys for wearing it. So, sure? I guess. I didn't try talking to any monkeys. You can also try to just talk to any creature in the game, and most of the time it'll just be like, they don't respond. But there's the rarest achievement in the game is find a frog and convince them to teach you how to jump. And I've never actually found a frog in that game. So, keep in mind, it is like an open world roguelike, so it's like a turn-based, tile-based RPG. But It's a fucking weird nightmare that I love. You're gonna watch that YouTube video? Eh. Also has a fucking banger soundtrack. Make 10 more nest boxes because I need them. Where's the outpost liaison hanging out? Just outside. Wow, that's not a safe place to hang out there, sir. Wait. Technically, you should be able... You're a long-term resident. You should be allowed to come inside, but I guess... Although, speaking of weird nightmares that have been in development way too long. Anybody here down for a couple Jupiter Hell runs now that Epion's patched the issues with the most recent version? What do you guys think? Is anyone down to go to space for a little bit? Kind of end off the stream, because we have been live for 8 hours. That would get us above 9. What do we think? We can pick this fort back up next Saturday, and hopefully it doesn't spontaneously combust itself. Tomorrow we go back to Long Death Millennium. Trying to keep a fortress alive for 1,000 years. I'm just shocked nobody's drowned yet. We've managed to go this long in a big fucking... in a fort with a big fucking river as well as a waterfall. And nobody's drowned yet. So that's kind of miraculous. All right, so we're going to be switching games in a little bit here. We're just gonna quickly go use the toilet. Yeah, it really does. I'm just going to go use the toilet, and then we'll be swapping games here. The stream's going to go for another hour or so if you're just here specifically for DF and you're peacing out. I had died within a day. I mean, shit happens. So if you're here specifically for DF and you're going to peace out in a couple of minutes, thank you very much for hanging out today. Userun's streaming, and he's fantastic. I think he's still streaming. So you can go watch him. But yeah, we're going to go play some Jupiter Hell. Yeah, I'm wondering why the fuck you're still awake too, CCX. Anyway, I'll be back in a sec. Hobo's fairly buzzed. Alrighty, Hobo. Jupiter isn't your cup of tea. That's all fair and good. We'll see you when we see you, Quatch. Not every game is for everybody. All right, so to those of you who aren't familiar with Jupiter Hell, Jupiter Hell is a top-down, turn-based, traditional roguelike. It's the spiritual successor to Doom or L. If you are a big fan of games that... how do I word this? Yeet. If you're a fan of games that run on custom engines that are programmed by crazy people, and also happen to like Doom, this is worth looking into. If you're curious about the game at all, type an exclamation point hell. It'll give you all the links to buy it, yada yada.